Hello, Internet. I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Erotica Book Club. Happy Catter Day. How is everyone? How's your weekend? Who's looking forward to 420 being on a Monday? That's going to be fun. You really should get the day off if you are a stoner and you observe. Though, I doubt many workplaces would agree. But that's okay, they don't have to. I've been on many a job where I very much knew that a great many of the people I was working with were stoned, some of which were me. Only if it was a really bad day, though. All right, so we got into the third and final book in the 365 series. Unlike with E.L. James books, I don't think you have to stay far, far away from any of it. I assume you mean weed. Yeah, I have to be very careful. I can't. I have to. For one, I have to be strictly indica because sativa makes me incredibly paranoid, and I got to watch like how much. Like I'm very much a microdosing person. And I've had to adjust it since I stopped drinking. Oh, you're allergic. Oh, that sucks. I wonder if I'm not necessarily allergic, but sensitive to it because it makes my sinuses go up every time. It makes my face get all stuffy. But I am allergic to like a great many like flowers and pollen and like outdoorsy things. Basically, I'm allergic to outside. So, so I've always wondered if that's why I get stuffy and like sinusy when I smoke up. But at the moment, it's also the only thing I have for any kind of emotional control, which is what I use it for. Like if I'm getting really frustrated or pissed off, like one little hit and I'm mellow. Well, I'm not mellow, but I'm not a volcano that's about to erupt and I can handle whatever I need to be handling in the moment. So it's like taking a lorazepam or something like that. Which if I had lorazepam, that would be better. Well, I don't know, because that stuff takes forever. I don't know why. I've seen other people with lorazepam and they like take it and like 5 minutes later you can tell that it's working. I take that shit and an hour later it is maybe working. And that's if I wasn't in a panic state when I took it. If I'm in a panic state or a very hyper aroused state or pissed off or anything else, and I take lorazepam, start counting down from like 4 hours for it to have an effect. And it doesn't matter how many. I've popped 8 of those things inside an hour, and it still takes 4 hours later. They all kick in, and I start to pass out, and it's like, yeah, that works real fucking well. Not that I still wouldn't like having them again for emergencies, because if it's one of those things, if you catch it early, they work, but they only work for me if I catch things early. If I'm already like past a certain point, they don't, I don't know, they can't break through the emotional whatever. Probably the most stable I ever was when I was briefly on clonazepam. That works. Long term it works. It takes like 3 weeks to build up to like a workable level, but it does work. That is something I miss. Oh, you start wheezing before you smell it? That's really bad. Yep, that's real bad. That's me with cigarette smoke when I was a kid. And that was back when you could smoke indoors and on playgrounds. My mom used to literally like go over to people smoking and ask them to please like move away from me or like go outside or something. To which she usually got told to F off which was surprising. But she would say, like, my kid is asthmatic and she's allergic to the cigarette smoke. Can you please move away from my child? And even as a little kid, when people would say like no or tell her to F off, as a kid, I'd be like, okay, you're not a nice person. I actually kind of like the smell of weed. Depends. Not if it's like super green and fresh smelling. I don't like that. But if it's aged, then it's okay. I don't know what. I'm pretty sure there's always construction here, and I'm pretty sure somebody has been using a gas powered generator inside, which you're not supposed to do for like so many reasons. Because there keeps being this super strong smell of gasoline fumes in the hallway and in one of the elevators, like right at the end of the day. And it's like, what are you doing running that inside? There's a reason it says, like, only use outdoors in a well-ventilated area. Not as bad as when they were painting next to me, though. Oh my god. I don't know what kind of paint they were using, but it had the most toxic and strongest wet paint smell I've ever smelled. So, in the start of the book last week, we had... What did we have? We had... everyone's still around. We found out she lost the baby. She was in the hospital for a while. He's still an asshole. The other girl that she met that I guess was knocked up by a mobster, but not his wife, she had her baby early because of all the drama. And Nacho is stalking Laura because he's now infatuated with her as well for reasons unknown. I was like thinking that, like, why is this woman attractive to anyone? I mean, she is conventionally beautiful. I get that. She's good in bed. We got that. But what the fuck does she offer in a relationship? Nothing. Like, the book has completely forgotten that in theory, when he kidnapped her, she had a job as manager of like luxury hotels. So she had an established career. She was somewhat accomplished. You've never been to a concert because of the weed thing? Aw. See, that makes me sad. I've also never been to a concert. Not because of that, but I've never been to a concert. I was supposed to go once. I had tickets to a Lady Gaga concert that was coming to the city I live in, which doesn't always get the big concerts. I'm in a city adjacent to Toronto. Toronto gets the big concerts, so my city not so much. But she was actually coming to my city, and I had tickets. And that was the year that she broke her hip and had to cancel the rest of the tour. I got my money back, but I never went to a concert. We just hosted the Junos though, so I got to see clips of that. That was nice. You know, we had a lot of good shows, good acts going on. Okay, all right, it's for our national anthem.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea, get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, That doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay. Alrighty. Now, something new has been added for the eagle-eyed viewer. Let's hope at least somebody notices. It was a little last minute, but it looks pretty good. Oh, there's a shiny I'm going to have to take care of, but I will deal with that next week. But for now, of course, and as always, we shall introduce our ducks because they are great. And we respect everyone who sponsored all of our ducks. So we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with two B's, Sasha Bartholomew, Alex Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Mixon, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, BB Halliwell, John Glenn, Lil Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean's Gate 7, Dinglehopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack, Jacquard, Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, still, I think, the best name that we have, though it's got competition. Autolycus, Deja, Insidious, Cleopatra. I decided the turducken duck shall be dubbed Extra Crispy. And Raphael. Yes, it is all of the book covers. Since I skinned them, I figured I should hang their pelts on my wall. So yes, we have a trophy wall. These are our trophies. Okay, we battled them, we conquered them, I skinned them, and now their pelts are on my wall. And I like it. Yes. Yes, that's very much how I see it. There's somebody who is anti-hunting. Also, this is the first time I'm starting a book club ever completely sober. Because I don't drink anymore, and I have not toked up today because I've been feeling fine all day, which is weird. But I'm trying to cut down on the weed because it was getting out of control, mostly because of the drinking. The two magnify each other, but I'm trying to keep it to minimal use. If I have to get on the phone with anything that is like an agency, like I gotta call Bell later and scream at them, I'm definitely gonna toke up before doing that. Because I know what sets me off to the millionth degree, and dealing with stupid and bureaucracy is one of them. The thing is, I switched my internet provider, so I have to send Bell back their modem. The problem is they need to come and get it. I'm perfectly willing to put it in a box and stick their return label on it, but they are going to pick it up because I'm not spending $40 taking an Uber to and from a Purolator center, and it must be sent with Purolator. There's no Purolator center in my city. The closest one is like over a half hour. So I am not spending probably a lot more than $40 now that I think about it on an Uber both ways to drop off a modem that is 9 years old that I promised you as soon as they get it back, they're just going to throw it away because they don't use them anymore, which I did already confirm. So it's like, yeah, you want it back, you can come and get it, or I can throw it out for you. But they're like, oh no, if you don't return it, we're going to charge you like $150 equipment fee. And I'm like, no, you're fucking not. So send somebody to pick up your fucking package. You will get it back. Otherwise, go to hell. And it's like, seriously, Amazon comes to pick up their shit now. I've had many other services that come to pick up their own stuff. Like, Bell is just, I'm not sure, like, other than the fact that they had a monopoly on the country for a very long time, that's the only reason they're in business. Because with the number of times they've been, like, caught in, like, scandals and fraud and all kinds of stuff, like, if they were a new company, they wouldn't have survived. But they're old and established, so. But we are in chapter 4. Oh, wait, where's my marker sheets of things we have to keep track of? All right. We had minimal sex last time because it was mostly in the hospital, which, you gotta go through. So, uh, where were we? Oh, yeah. We're jumping right into her husband being a dick again. But when is he not? This time he's Mr. "Since when do you leave the mansion without my say-so?" I heard someone saying. It was Massimo. Yeah, now she apparently needs his permission to, leave the house. Because that's a great thing in a marriage. Like, dude, you already have, like, an RFID tracker on her at all times. You track her car, you track her phone. So, what is, like, if that's not enough, and then you still need her to be basically imprisoned in your house, like, what is the point? His voice broke through the din, freezing me to the core. He appeared out of nowhere and stopped right in front of me. I raised my head, stood rigid, his jaw clenched. I wanted to say something, but the only thing that came to my mind was to throw myself at him, wrapping my arms around his neck. And I did so, but my eyes scanned the hall for Nacho. The colorful boy had disappeared. What? Stop calling him that. He's okay. Colorful is supposedly because he has very colorful tattoos, but he is a grown man and an assassin. He is a professional assassin. The colorful boy had disappeared, and I felt a shiver running down my spine. Maybe the drugs and alcohol didn't mix that well. There's a statement. Yeah, drugs and alcohol don't usually mix well. I hung from Massimo's neck, thinking frantically. Would he lay into me, curse me, punish me, or maybe grab my hair and yank me off my feet to drag me back home? Okay, if this is what you're going through mentally because you went out to a restaurant with a friend, you need to get divorced and then leave the country. Because holy hell. Nothing happened. I withdrew a step only to notice he was smiling. This is worth noting because he never does. I'm glad you're up from the bed, he said, leaning in my ear. Come with me. Oh, of course, now that she's joined the land of the living again, he wants to get laid. I promise you that is what this is. His fingers closed around my wrist and he led me back to the VIP lounge. I turned my head around one more time, but there was nobody in the corner of the hall. When we reached our table, I saw that Dominic had joined us too. He and Ogo were wrapped around each other in something that was a lot more than a simple kiss. Okay, seriously, why is everybody so horny all the time? Like, you're in public. He was sitting and she was straddling him on the couch. Their tongues flitted around each other faster than the machine gun beat of the song. At least our lounge was out of eyesight, otherwise people might start thinking we were filming a porn flick. How about you throw some cold water on those two? And also, who does that in public? Even in, like, a secluded VIP lounge, I'm not straddling anybody. Like, no. The man in black sat down, and a young waitress appeared instantly with a bottle of amber liquid. Amber liquor. We're never going to find out what this amber liquor is, ever. Ever. Just insert your own drink of choice. You can be hyper specific about the clothes and the cars, but not amber liqueur. Like, what the hell? And a covered silver platter, which I'm guessing has cocaine on it. She placed it in front of him and left. I stood back, still dizzy, watching as Massimo sipped from his glass. He looked so nonchalant and so sensual, dressed all in black, reclining on the sofa. His eyes scanned me as he drank. He poured himself another one and downed half of it in one go. So he's just chugged a drink and a half. I poked him with a finger and he shoved aside, making space for me. I picked up my glass. The music boomed and Dominic was practically fucking Olga right next to us. Again, tell those two to get a room. They have one. Go to it. Bye. Like, Massimo leaned over the table and took the cover off the silver platter. I groaned, seeing the neatly arranged white lines. Yep. The man in black produced a bill, rolled it, and snorted one full line, sighing heavily with satisfaction. I didn't like what I was seeing, but he didn't seem to care. Instead, he downed his liquor and stared at me. So now we've had 2 drinks and a line of coke in about 5 minutes. My mood was quickly deteriorating. Was he doing that on purpose? Testing me? Or had he just turned into a junkie? No, he's deliberately being an asshole. That's what he's doing, because he knows even pre-baby she did not like him doing coke because she had past experience with abusive jagoff boyfriend who would get abusive when he did coke. So he knows that she doesn't approve of this. He stopped doing it while she was pregnant because he was afraid of hurting the baby, but now she's not pregnant anymore, so he's back to doing coke, which, you do you, boo, but if you know it, like, really upsets your spouse, either don't do it or don't do it in front of them. So yeah, he's just being an asshole at this point. 30 minutes later, the 3 of them were snorting coke from the platter, laughing and drinking. I'd had enough of this. I grabbed the bill, leaned over the table, and sniffed the white powder too. Okay, didn't see that coming, so now she's just joining in on, okay. Has she ever done coke before? Because this is not an environment for the uninitiated. Massimo's arms shot out and grabbed my wrists. He yanked me off my feet towards him, glaring at me angrily. Oh yeah, she's supposed to watch you have all the fun? Yeah, no. You're all snorting this shit. Can I have some too? I yelled. A moment later, the disgustingly bitter substance started oozing down the back of my throat. My tongue immediately stiffened and my saliva thickened. Yeah. Never done coke, but I have snorted things. So, yeah. There's a technique to it that I've never learned. He must respect your new heart, Laura, Massimo growled. Okay, he's saying new heart like she had a transplant. That's not what we were told. But that was never clearly distinguished, so, nah. I wasn't listening to him. I was too occupied with making him as angry as possible. This is such a healthy relationship on both of them. They're both, like, all they do is constantly antagonize and provoke each other and then have really angry, violent sex. Like, this is why Nacho is so much more attractive than Massimo, because he's, like, I get the character's designed to be the opposite. They are the same. They're both, mafioso, killer, rapist, both of them. But Massimo is the good bad guy because he doesn't traffic children or people, supposedly. But, Nacho is the good, he's the good bad guy because he's nice to her. He was actually nice to her. He was kind and considerate. Like, gave a damn what she had to say or think or something. So, like, yeah, in the end, she should end up with him, but she's already married. Like, this is the thing. You do the love triangle before somebody puts a ring on it, not after. Which I also bet in the Netflix movie, that's why they moved it. Because in the movie, she lost the baby between movies, so she's not pregnant in the second one. I bet you anything that was because of conservative idiot backlash saying, "Oh my God, she's pregnant out of wedlock," even though the movie is starting with them getting married. But I bet you that is why they moved that. I bet you anything in the world that is why they moved that. Because it story-wise would not have made any difference at all. My face contorted in a grimace and I got up stumbling, considering my options. Nothing especially good came to my mind, so I flipped him off and headed out of the lounge. The large man standing in my way shot a glance at my husband and, to my astonishment, moved away, letting me through. I plowed through the crowd, ready for anything. Someone grabbed me by the elbow and pulled. I quickly found myself in a dark corridor. I jerked away and spun around, only to walk straight into the man in black, blocking the exit. "Let me go," I said coldly. Massimo shook his head and leaned in closer. His eyes were strange, numb, as if he wasn't there at all. "Well, he's really high and really drunk." She didn't have a choice of what? Oh, of marrying him? Yeah, that's entirely, yeah. But yeah, I don't get the structure of these because it breaks all the rules of storytelling, which if you're smart, you know how to do that, but these aren't smart is the problem. His fingers closed around my throat. He really loves the choking, doesn't he? He pushed me against the closing door. I was scared, terrified. My eyes darted around the room. It was completely dark. The walls were lined with quilted leather. In the middle, there was a low platform and a dancing pole. There was an armchair by the opposite wall. Next to it, a small table with a couple of glasses and several bottles of alcohol. The man in black pressed a button on a panel built into the wall. Lights flashed and music started pouring in from hidden speakers. "What happened on Tenerife?" His clenched jaw made him look utterly ruthless. Oh, so now he's getting to the "did you cheat on me?" This is going to be an interesting answer because she thinks that being raped is cheating. And I don't know, is she going to tell him that she had sex dreams of the guy but didn't actually do anything? But he might have done something while she was unconscious? Like, I swear to God, if she confesses to cheating on him, uh, I said nothing. I was too drunk to argue, and probably feeling the effects of that cocaine, even if she only snorted a little bit. He didn't budge, waiting for an answer. His fingers tightened their grip on my throat. So he's literally choking her until she answers. This is love, according to this book. When the silence stretched, he let me go. He took off his blazer and walked up to the armchair. I quickly grabbed the door handle, but the door was locked. Resigned, I pressed my forehead into the wall. "You'll dance for me," said Massimo. I heard him tossing ice cubes into a glass. "And then you'll blow me." Why did this guy get married? He clearly just wants a whore and a sex slave, and he had that. He had that all day, every day. Every woman around him was a whore. He could order her to do whatever, put on a striptease for me, and then blow me. That's fine. If, he's paying for it, which he wasn't because he's the mob boss and he owned those women. And that's a whole other level of disgusting, but what the actual fuck is this? I turned around. He was sitting in the armchair and unbuttoning his shirt. I'm amazed his shirt was buttoned. This guy is the king of the unbuttoned shirt. After I come in your mouth, I'll fuck you. They spelled it right. Did somebody finally tell them? This is the first mention of cum in the book, and it's spelled correctly. I also bet there's like a 50-50 chance she's going to get knocked up again from this because she asked the friend to get her birth control, but that hasn't happened yet. You know, and if you start taking it after you're pregnant, it doesn't do fuck all. He added, taking a sip. I stood still watching him. I realized I had sobered up. Oh, that's remarkably quick from someone who just snorted coke and was so drunk she was having trouble standing just a minute ago. I breathed in deeply. The growing feeling inside me, one I hadn't known before. I couldn't understand it, but it felt so good. Relaxed, happy, elated. I'm guessing that's the coke kicking in. The feeling was akin to being in love, but not quite the same. Are we sure that it was coke and not ecstasy? Because this sounds like ecstasy. I've never heard of cocaine giving people like the feels or lovey-dovey bullshit. That's ecstasy, MDMA, or Molly. Coke just makes you like hyper as fuck. From what I've seen of it, hyper and crazy. Was that how cocaine worked? No. It suddenly dawned on me why Massimo loved it so much. Like, seriously, you couldn't Google what drug gives you the lovey feeling? Because it ain't Coke. I pulled off my jacket and slowly walked to the pole. Since my surgery, I had barely moved at all, so dancing was out of the question. Why? I rubbed my back against the pole and slowly slid down, all the time keeping my eyes fixed on my man. My hips rocked slowly and I curled my leg around the pole. I swung around quickly, licking my lips and sending the man in black a provocative, luscious look. Like, we're at the point now where she's so brainwashed and so used to being controlled and used sexually by this absolute monster that even when she very clearly doesn't want to, doesn't even want to be in the room, but the door is locked, she just acquiesces to whatever he says and does it because she knows he's going to force her to do it anyway. So it's a question of how many bruises do I want to have before I end up doing what he's telling me to do. Like, there is no, she is a battered woman with him at this point. My hand went to my shirt and slowly pulled it off. I threw it at him. Massimo fixed his eyes on my lace bra. He put down his glass and unzipped his pants, whipping out his enormous cock. Oh, lest we forget that he has a penis, because apparently that's like just the most attractive thing to women, even though, no, it's not. Hi, Versnickety. Hi, Sasha, who I'm sure is helping you cook dinner, not just hoping you drop it on the floor so it's hers. Because we all know the rule of doggies. Any food that hits the floor now belongs to the dog. And they know it, too. First, I got thoroughly sniffed and licked all over by my puppy because I came home smelling like other dogs. They were in the elevator. I had to pet them. But he like Hoover sniffed both my hands and then licked my hands and then jumped in my lap and licked my face all over while giving me a very judgmental look. Whipping out his enormous cock, he grabbed it in his right hand and started stroking slowly. I moaned at the wet, hot feeling moving down my stomach. Given that she's drunk and has done coke for the first time, I'd be worried she's peeing her pants. I undid the top button of my pants, then another, slowly revealing my panties. Massimo bit on his lower lip. The movements of his hands were becoming faster. He leaned back his head and watched me from under half-closed eyelids. I turned my back on him and bent over, keeping my legs straight and pulling my jeans down to my ankles. At least nobody had shot me in the back. My body had kept its flexibility. Okay, girl, you were laid up for 2 weeks, not 2 years. And she got shot through and through, so she should have a scar on her back as well. Unless we're going with magic. But this is the book that thinks that a plastic surgeon has magical lasers that will erase scars completely. Like, again, I know there is, like, improvements in, like, reducing the visibility of scars, etc., but you can't make them vanish. That guaranteed my husband quite a stunning view. I held on to the pole and gracefully stepped out of the trousers. Now I only had my underwear and high heels on. Massimo's brow beaded with sweat. The tip of his manhood was swelling and darkening. Wait, is that a thing? Is that an actual thing? Like, it gets bigger generally. I know this, but this, I don't know. Does the head get darker? Is this a circumcised versus not circumcised thing? Is that a real thing? Slowly I descended the platform and stepped towards him. I bent down and slid my tongue into his mouth. He tasted bitter, but it didn't matter. I straddled him, my eyes locked on his, hooked a finger around the rim of my panties and pulled them aside before slowly, patiently sliding Massimo's erect cock inside me. Now, is he going to be okay with this, or is he going to be pissed because she didn't blow him like he said? He moaned in ecstasy and closed his eyes as if it was too much. His large, strong hands landed on my hips. He lifted me up and slid me back down onto himself. I sighed. My ass started moving to the beat of the music. There's going to be a terrible song playing during this scene in the movie. The man in black was breathing quickly. His skin was wet with sweat. I froze and then began unbuttoning his shirt. I could feel him growing impatient. Dude, you're having sex. Chill out. Finally, I pushed myself up and then knelt between his legs. Ew! Ew, 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 ew! Ew! Don't write it and then, ew! Not even with a condom. Ew! I love your taste, I said, and slid his cock into my throat. Okay, just keep making it worse. Just keep making it worse. Oh, I'm so glad I didn't give in and have lunch today, because you'd be seeing it right now. That proved to be too much for him. The glass he had grabbed an instant before fell to the ground, hitting the soft carpet, and Massimo's hands closed on the back of my head. He slammed his prick deeper in, thrusting fast and strong. The tip of his cock repeatedly hit the back of my throat. He roared and his chest heaved. What is with the roaring? What is... I'm gonna... Like every time it says he roared, the MGM logo plays in my head. But the one with the kitten. I know I'm falling apart, but the roaring thing has got to stop. So bad. So stupid. Like, come on. Oh my god. His sweat-beaded body shivered. That's when I felt the first drops of his cum on my tongue, and they spelled it right again. I think somebody finally corrected them. Maybe somebody finally informed them of how to spell it, because they've gotten it right twice in a row. That's never happened before. Okay, stomach, shut up. If you hear my stomach growling, ignore. It will stop in a minute. Though we still have unopened chips. I forgot to do all my shoutouts. Okay, yeah, my brain's not functioning tonight. Just in case anybody wants to help a girl out and support the channel and, help me survive life, we do have some options for contributing, one of which is for $10 I will draw a random duck out of this bag and you get to name it and it will be added to our pantheon of ducks along with all the others. Or we have our very elite and special painted ducks. We have A Christmas Story Duck, Yoshi Duck, Rooster Duck, and Evil Knievel Duck. If you do sponsor a painted duck, please specify which one, or else I will choose one on your behalf. But for $10, we got ducks. And they're awesome. I gotta do some more painting this weekend. If you have any suggestions for painted ducks, please leave them in the chat, the comments, or the Discord, and I will do my best to make it happen. Also, feel free to provide a picture, because maybe I don't know what it is. Or maybe there's a specific version of what you want. So specify if there's a very specific thing. If it's I want this character from this episode in this outfit, please send a picture. If it's just in general, I want a duck that looks like a Pikachu, I gotcha. And I definitely am planning for some Pokemon ducks. It's going to happen. I haven't gone through the other ones that need to be painted have been in a box since I got here and I haven't looked at them. So I'm going to go through them and figure out which ones I'm turning into Pokemon because that's definitely going to happen. For $25, I will put on these very real police issue handcuffs that have a key in the pouch, another key on a string around the monitor because we practice safety here, so I always have a key within reach in case of emergency. These are a personal favorite. I know I've been saying it forever, but I gotta decorate this case somehow. I just gotta figure out how. I'm thinking maybe vinyl. Or maybe like one of those like iron-on decals so it won't come off. Or for the absolutely ridiculous sum of $50, we have two options. We have one, I will finally open this bag of chips, which is now a month old. Finally get to enjoy my lovely all-dressed ruffled chips that have been very much taunting me every week that they are not open. They talk at me and try to tempt me to open them and eat them when I'm not allowed to. So the chips are getting quite snotty, is what I will say, because they want to be opened. So we have our all-dressed chips, or if you would like to buy a lady a drink, we have Skittles drink mixes. Last week we tried the green apple and found out that it turned nuclear green color. I did figure out why these things are so damn sweet, though. Every single flavor, what's the second ingredient? Aspartame. That's why they're so freaking sweet. And why they can technically say there's no sugar in them. There's just something very much like sugar that's very, very sweet tasting. But we still have 3 flavors we haven't tried: strawberry, orange, and grape. So, dealer's choice. If you buy a lady a drink, you do get to pick the flavor, or I will draw one completely at random if you don't. I'm hoping for grape. I want to try the grape because generally I like grape flavored things. So I'm hoping that the grape actually tastes like grape. Because the green apple had like a hint of green apple, but it was the very, very obviously fake green apple candy flavor, not like actual green apple. So I'm hoping the grape tastes like actual grape. We'll put our chips over there and our Skittles right with our ducks. They will keep an eye on everything for us because that's what they do. Skittles is just basically condensed sugar with a colorful top layer. Yeah, this is true. So hey, if that's all Skittles are, they got the flavor perfect on these drink mixes. Because all they taste like is sugar, 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 and a dash of artificial flavor. Yeah, so am I. I don't know. They all have citric acid is the first. Citric acid is the first ingredient in all of them. Aspartame is the second ingredient in all of them. The only thing that's different is the colors of dyes that are in them. That's the only difference. But yeah, it goes citric acid and then aspartame in all of them. So but yeah, it is a little surprising that the sugar is second. Because on way too many things, sugar or some version of sugar, like especially if it's corn syrup, or that stuff. Did you know that most corn grown in North America ends up as soda? It's like 60% of all corn gets turned into corn syrup, gets turned into Coca-Cola. Did you know that a 2-liter bottle of Coca-Cola has on average 2.5 years of corn worth of corn syrup in it? A moment later, he shot his load, choking me. And it's supposed to be enjoyable? I do not understand. The sticky fluid trickled down my throat as he bellowed and thrusted uncontrollably. Oh, God. He was done, but the grip of his hands didn't lessen. His body went still as he looked into my teary eyes. I started choking, but he held me firmly for another couple seconds. Finally, he let me go. I collapsed to the floor. So, yeah, he just literally choked her on purpose because he's mad after demanding that she blow him. That hair makes you look like a whore. Massimo got up and zipped up his pants. My whore, he added, buttoning his shirt and staring at me. That is as close to a compliment as he ever comes. High fructose corn syrup. I couldn't remember the fucking word. That's it. Yes, there is. I know there is because I watched The West Wing and it comes up in politics, the corn subsidies, especially in Iowa, because Iowa is one of the primary states that matters. So it's a big deal, and so every politician for the last 30, 40 years has had to give the speech in Iowa of, yes, corn subsidies are good. As president, I will fully fund this thing that we don't need to fund that really does nothing but create a product that is killing people. Yeah, they get extra money and gas additives. And that's why politicians will never vote it down because they need Iowa to vote for them. And it pays for Iowa. Most of the food grown is either food for animals or some sort of byproduct. It's not food for Americans. It's true. True. You guys import everything. I'm not saying we don't import a hell of a shit. We certainly do. But we also, like, in certain states, especially out west, because out west is where all the dairy is, like, there's some states that get, like, all their dairy and milk products from Canada, or pretty close. That's why when, like, Mad Cow was going around, it was a huge deal. It's welfare for a bunch of people who hate welfare, they just call it subsidies. This is true, yeah. 100%, 100% true. Yeah, the same people who are bitching about, welfare and student loans and funding for homeless people, they're like, but they'll accept their, tens of thousands of government dollars to grow more corn that nobody needs and is just being turned into soda and cereal. Wisconsin has the most dairy farms, not out west. Out west here means Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. Mostly, cows are mostly Manitoba, Saskatchewan. Well, Saskatchewan is mostly known as like the grain province. Saskatchewan grows the things that feed the cows, and then Alberta and Manitoba have the cows. And BC has film industry. Biofuels are cool. I like biofuels. They're definitely. I didn't mean the territory. Here we just say out west, and everyone knows that means Alberta. The territories are very, very north. They are west from me. They are all the way west. They're also all the way north. God, I was in 7th grade when we got the third one, when Nunavut became a territory. We spent a whole week in school in history geography class learning about the newly formed territory of Nunavut. Which, at the time, we all thought this was a very cool and somehow progressive thing. Why? I don't know. But we were psyched about a thing that we knew nothing about. Because that's what you do when you're like 12. Not the territories, the provinces. Yes, the provinces are out west. Oh, ow. Okay, something just went pop inside the wall. So if I have to get up and answer my door because something below me is leaking again, I heard the pop in the wall. I swear to fucking God. The last time that stupid pipe burst. By the way, the same pipe has burst 4 times since the beginning of last winter, since like September. Last time I told them stop knocking the damn wall out and just put an access panel in. It's under a counter anyway. Who cares if there's a wall? Canadian equivalent to a state. Aw, that's okay. A lot of Americans don't know that we don't call them states. I have heard Ontario called the state of Ontario. I have heard the state of Quebec being said in all sincerity. They genuinely thought that they were right. And then it surprises the fuck out of people that Australia has states. And it's like, yeah, the US is not the only one to use the term states. Oh, and at the also, for the new people that have come in, notice the wall. Notice the wall. I finally got around to doing it. But at the halfway mark, I have a surprise because the thing from my friend came, and I'm very excited about it. I'm not sure how we're going to use it yet, but we're definitely going to use it. So, at the halfway mark in an hour, I will reveal what that is. I'm happy. Not sure what I'm going to do with it yet, but we're happy about it. It's a good day for book club. I think you forgot something, I retorted, sliding my hand under my lace panties. I was supposed to dance. My fingers started moving very slowly. Then suck you off. I slid the fabric aside so he could see what I was doing. And then you were supposed to fuck me. I pulled the G-string down and kicked it off. What is the point of playing coy when you're wearing a G-string? It's not covering a goddamn thing. I don't understand why it exists. I pulled the G-string down and kicked it off before turning over and bending down, sticking my ass in his way. All of that is yours. Okay, so again, if you like being used as a disposable, abusable fuck doll, more power to you, but this is not what that is. That wasn't something he could ignore. Yeah, I'd imagine a naked woman bending over in front of most guys they couldn't ignore. He grabbed my hips and before I could breathe in, impaled me. Author really likes that word. It wasn't gentle. I don't think we need to be told that at this point. His cock pistoned inside me quickly and brutally, and Massimo's hand grabbed a fistful of my hair. Of course he did. Oh, of course he did. My first orgasm came quickly, but with the booze and the coke, the man in black didn't even notice. That's not a good thing. He rammed me with the speed of a jackhammer. Also, it's impressive how fast he gets it up again, I think. I mean, isn't there usually like a 10-minute recovery period? I've certainly been, waiting a time or two. Not that I mind waiting for seconds. I'd rather have it be good than have it be rushed. I agree with you, Cerebellum, for the purpose of a G-string. I completely agree with you. They also seem like they would just be the most uncomfortable, even painful thing in the world. Like, I don't care if they're not sexy. I need full coverage on my panties. Like, I like boy shorts. That's what I like. I like boy shorts, or now girl boxers are becoming a thing. That's me for panties. And yes, I feel sexy in them. I mean, I got some boy short ones that are nice and tight on the butt that give me like more of a rounded ass than I actually have, so those are good. The why the apple-shaped butt is such a thing, I don't know. And came again and again, but still he wasn't stopping. After a full hour and what seemed like a dozen position changes, Massimo finally came to, spilling his seed inside me. Wait, it's seed on list. Wait, no, page, no. The paper is running away from me. Ugh! And then my mic decided to mute itself. It's on the list. Yes. It's on the list. It's on the list. It's on the list. I wasn't sure if I carried it over, but we did. Also, an hour? I'm trying to think, even if it was really good, would I really want to spend an entire hour just on the receiving end? Because that's what's happening. He's changing her position, but he's just pounding into her this entire time. Like, things are going to start to get sore after a while. The vagina has a limit. It will let you know when it's had enough. And it doesn't like to be argued with. But, yep, we get our first chance to play with fire tonight. I'm glad I remembered to fill up I refilled the lighter. Yeah, press X to doubt on, I don't know, isn't that one of the things with cocaine though? I'm trying to remember what I know about cocaine, and it's not enough. I know if you put it on the tip of the penis, it just makes it numb, which apparently is the thing some guys like. But doesn't it like make it hard to come or something? Isn't that a thing? Like coke makes it hard to even like get it up. So if he's been doing the coke, shouldn't he be like not doing this? And also, yeah, I'm totally with persnickety because every time this guy has sex, it's like a 30-second like sprint. He's not a marathon runner, okay? He's a sprinter, not a runner. Cocaine makes you paranoid and impotent. Yes, according to Robin Williams, and he would know. Yes, I totally accept the word of Robin Williams on this. Yep, 100%. That's what I thought. I thought cocaine makes you impotent. Like, that's why I was like, what the fuck? Plus, I swear, because Persnickety, I think you weren't here, but she started to snort a line. She snorted a very, very little bit, and he made her stop. Because apparently he's allowed to do it, but she's not. And he was doing it in front of her just to piss her off. But yeah, it. No, what was I gonna say? Then she started saying, she started feeling it, and she was going on and on like she was on like ecstasy. Because she was saying it was making her feel like all warm and lovey and like that. And I'm like, that's not coke. That's ecstasy, MDMA, Molly. Like that's not cocaine. Cocaine doesn't make you feel lovey-dovey and like all sexy. That's not what it does. It's like you couldn't even Google illegal drugs. Though I tried, I simply couldn't get up after that. Why had we had to leave home? It would have been a lot more convenient if he'd fucked my brains out in bed or by the fireplace. Put some clothes on, we're going home, Massimo said, buttoning up his blazer. I frowned hearing the indifference in his voice, but I was in no position to argue. I gathered my things, and a couple minutes later we returned to the main hall of the club, into the booming music and the sweaty crowd. Dominic and Olga had already gone to the mansion. I envied them. The physical exertion had made me feel hungover already. My head was pounding, aching like it never had before. Leaving the black room was the last thing I remembered. Oh, great, so she just passed out. She just completely passed out. Or she blacked out from the combination of the two. You're so perfect, whispered Nacho, stroking my cheek. She's dreaming again. His gentle hands smelled of the ocean as they trailed along my skin. He watched me with his happy green eyes. There's a new one. Happy green eyes. Before leaning in closer. His lips brushed against my nose, my cheeks, my chin, and my neck, finally touching my own lips. Slowly, without using his tongue, he caressed them. This is also how you know he's better than Massimo. He doesn't do tongue. I approve. In the end, his tongue slid between them. I was on my back, my hips gently undulating. My hand trailed down his spine, stopping at his rock-hard buttocks. He muttered, okay, why was I was having like the world's most dyslexia moment. He muttered silently, feeling my fingers, and I delighted in the heat of his body. He was calm, composed, and every movement and gesture filled to the brim with passion and affection. Oh, those things your husband is completely alien to? Yeah. I want to be inside you, he whispered, looking into my eyes. I need to feel you, baby. Oh, he didn't say baby girl, he only said baby. His lips rested on my brow as he moved his hips to hover above my slit. I breathed loudly, waiting for the thrust, but he only watched me. Waiting for permission. Wow, she's so not used to consent being a thing that it's confusing. Make love to me, I said. He entered me, simultaneously pushing his tongue into my mouth. You're so wet. I heard that British accent I knew so well, and I froze. I forgot what a slut you become when you're drunk. I opened my eyes reluctantly, feeling hundreds of needles pricking my eyeballs. The pulsating headache made me want to go right back to sleep, so she was dreaming of Nacho. We're being reminded that Massimo has a British accent when he's not speaking Italian, even though, again, the movie did not even attempt this. Or they forgot. And, seriously, unless he's fingering her in her sleep again, how does he know she's wet? There is no, like, there's no good answer to this. A lot of first-time users die from heart attacks. Yeah, that makes complete sense. Yeah, he's definitely the new love interest. Like, is he gonna kidnap her and run away with her? Is there going to be a third guy that kidnaps her? Because like she's been kidnapped in both the other books. I'm just assuming at some point she gets kidnapped in this one too, because that seems to be her thing. And also, how do we feel about him saying you become such a slut when you drink? Like, shut up. I opened my eyes reluctantly, blah, blah, blah. But I was too disoriented to know what was happening. I looked down and saw Massimo snuggling down between my legs, licking my pulsating clit. Excuse me? So she's passed out on booze and coke, and he just says, hey, I think I'll go down on my unconscious wife. Ugh. Ugh. Dude, this is why I don't eat. This is why I do not eat on Saturdays. There we go. I agree with you that she is going to end up pregnant, not know who the father is, but this is book 3. This is the last book. There is no 4th. So whatever the situation is at the end of this, that's the situation. Don't encourage her. Don't encourage a 4th book. We're already under like a disaster warning because E.L. James has said she's writing a 4th book, which has to be, yeah. No, you're entirely right. If this, yeah. No, she could definitely come back with a 4th one of this at any time because these are fairly recent too. Like these came out in the 2020s, so they're fairly recent. But yeah, we are on watch for a 4th E.L. James book that's got to be the continuation to 50 Shades. It's got to be like a 10 years later, where are they now 50 Shades book. That has to be what she's writing. Because it's also the only series of hers that would make it a 4th book. The other series only has 2. For some reason. I fully agree with you. In the words of Dennis Leary at the beginning of one of his 2 comedy books, he says, wow, I actually did it. I wrote a whole book. Well, it's shaped like a book. Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, what are my pickups? But yeah, Dennis Leary, because he reads his own audiobooks, him reading the audio of both his books, which are called Why We Suck and Why We Don't Suck, I highly recommend them both, especially the audio versions. Oh, they're so good. I mean, some of it's a little dated now, but they're both really, really funny. But I like Dennis Leary. I even watched a significant amount of Rescue Me because I like him. I don't really like the show because it's too vulgar. Bookie Wookie. Oh, those are Russell Brand's. Because he wrote a couple of quote-unquote comedy books. I saw them somewhere. Ooh, I think his trial in the UK is in May. So that's coming up soon. I definitely got to get eyes on that. Somebody will be covering it. Watch the rough, underrated classic. I've heard of it. Not in a long time. I'm guessing since it's called The Rep, it's some kind of sports movie. I think the only kind of sports movie I can say that I've really seen. Oh, I've seen A League of Their Own. That counts as a sports movie because that's baseball. And I've seen The Blind Side, which I called bullshit on when I first saw it because it was so, I don't know. I want to call it pathetic, which it is. The movie, not the story. Nothing against the actual people involved, but as a movie, it was pathetic. It was so pandering. And so, I don't know, it was insulting. Not a single sport mentioned in the ref. Okay. You're ready, aren't you? He whispered, sliding his tongue inside me. I moaned as he licked and sucked. It was only after a long while that I realized why I was so turned on. Well, somebody's licking your clit, that will generally do it. It had been a dream. Gee, I wonder. I slumped down, disappointed and numb, as my man did his best to satisfy me orally. Why are you you're dissatisfied because it's not Nacho? This is what we're saying. She has completely alienated all affection for Massimo, and now she just wants Nacho, and she's pissed off that it's not him going down. There's this thing called divorce. I wasn't able to focus on what he was doing. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw the green-eyed surfer. It was torture. Normally, I would wait for the man in black's every touch. Now I was praying for orgasm to come quickly, for Massimo to leave me alone. Okay, so we've just gone out of left field. Since when is she not a nympho, for Christ's sake? This is, I can't even say it's out of character because she doesn't have a character. Minutes passed, but I wasn't any nearer to climax. What's going on? He asked, pulling away and knitting his brows. Yeah, girlie, do you not know how to fake it? Seriously. I stared at him, looking for an explanation, but he wasn't the patient type. He waited a dozen seconds, pushed himself up, and walked away from the bed towards the wardrobe. I'm just so hungover, I muttered. So since she didn't come in under 2 minutes, he's offended now. So what's he gonna do? I'm betting violence. It wasn't exactly a lie. My head was pounding like crazy. I could have rushed after him and apologized, but good would it too. And what exactly are you apologizing for? I mean, he woke you up with his tongue, which is not consensual, and then he's mad that while you're very hungover and he knows this, you didn't immediately orgasm and call him the best lover in history. Besides, knowing his stubbornness, he wouldn't have accepted it. These are both terrible, terrible people. As Massimo disappeared down the stairs, I felt a jolt of pain in my sternum. I recalled what he told me last night. Massimo, I called. He stopped and turned around. You told me I wasn't respecting my new heart. What did you mean? He stopped, rooted to the spot, and sent me an icy glare. You had a heart transplant, Laura, he said coldly. Okay. So, I guess, so how fuck, wait, I have to see if this is news to her. As soon as the words were out, he left. I rolled over and covered myself with the sheets, mulling over what he'd said. I wanted to throw up. In the end, I didn't. I just fell asleep. I'm sorry, did she not know? It's implying that she did not know that she had a transplant. Because in the hospital, when she was being informed, they said, we did surgery to patch this, fix this, blah, blah. But they blah, blah through the technical details. She wasn't listening. But how do you miss the word transplant? You don't miss that word. Also, she would be on about 1 million post-transplant anti-rejection drugs. A lot of them. Because I know this, because my mother had a kidney transplant. I remember. There's a whole protocol. It's very exact. There's a lot of pills. And especially for a heart transplant. Seriously, you couldn't fucking Google surgery protocol of a heart transplant? Because I guarantee you, I promise you, I could type those exact words into Google right now, and it will tell me all of the things. But we're acting like she didn't know she'd had a complete heart transplant. And that makes her want to throw up. She's not Jewish. She's not a Jehovah's Witness. It was done in a hospital, not a back alley. So what is the problem? What is the problem? People involved in someone's life turned out to be horrible. Oh, is that's the guy in The Blind Side? Yes. I heard about this recently. The book movie made them look like heroes. They tricked him into signing power of attorney when he was 18 and took his money from the NFL. Yes, I heard that. Isn't he like suing them or something now recently? I missed the heart transplant. Didn't they say it was like 2 weeks ago she was in the hospital? Yes. Yeah, because when she was in the hospital, we weren't told that it was a heart transplant. We were just told that they did like some kind of reparative surgery. Nobody said transplant until now. So I feel like the author changed that after the fact and just didn't make it make any sense. And yeah, she's getting hammered and doing coke after a transplant, and yeah, no. And she's had no mention of being on like 30 extra pills every day. Because it's a lot. It's probably not that many anymore, but she'd be on a lot of drugs. She'd be very closely monitored. After 2 weeks, I assume you would be out of the hospital without complications, but you would still have like regular follow up. Like, he's suing them, arguing the power of attorney should be void because they told him he was signing adoption papers. Adult adoption is a thing. Yeah, I actually didn't know that adult adoption was a thing, but I know that because of Eileen Wuornos, the serial killer. Because she was adopted after she was in jail by a woman who called herself her mother and then basically did almost the same thing, like had power of attorney and made a lot of money off giving interviews and stuff. But yeah, like how is that not literally just fraud and theft? Like if you tell somebody it's one thing and then it's another, like, but yeah, it should be completely void. Also, they like, I don't know in the real world, how did the upper middle class white family meet the borderline on the streets black kid? How did these two worlds collide in the first place? I don't remember how it happened in the movie because I only saw it once, and like I said, even I thought the movie was atrocious. I thought it was terrible. Like it was so much obvious bullshit, even for a Hollywood, fairy tale kind of story. It was so bad. I was actually very ashamed to see Julia Roberts, or no, not Julia Roberts, Sandra Bullock in it, because I like her as an actress. I generally like it, and I'm like, and I think she was not the first choice because she's got this horrible blonde wig on the whole time that doesn't suit her at all. And I always watching it, I felt like somebody dropped out the last minute and she like took over, but the role was intended for somebody else. But yeah, it's a bad movie. You good? Asked Olga, sitting down in the bed and offering me a cup of hot tea with milk. I'm definitely not good, and I'm going to puke all over myself, I replied, sticking my head out from under the duvet. Something to drink, I groaned. Massimo threw another hissy fit. I sipped the tea. He didn't exactly. Yeah, don't watch that movie, Cerebellum. It's not good, especially now. But yeah, no, just watching it, I knew it was like some total fucking bullshit. But yeah, it's a bad movie. Well, he and Dominic left about an hour ago, but don't ask me where they went. I don't have a clue. I grew sad all of a sudden. We were finally starting to get by, but I just had to fuck it all up with that one stupid mistake. What are we referring to as a mistake? What are we doing? What are we doing? What is she referring to as a mistake? That she couldn't orgasm on demand after they just had a lot of sex like a couple hours ago? Like, what? She saw him walking alone, underdressed and rather, and wanted to give him a ride home. Okay, that is the actual like story. Okay, because that is in the movie, but it's later on. They'd already met at that point. So yeah, but no, even in the movie, I always thought like, no, this family's just horrible people that just want to get like, they want to basically like quasi adopt somebody that they know can make millions, and it's all bullshit. Like, yeah, that's how even in the movie it comes across that way. Even though they're trying to make it all like lovey-dovey, happy, blah blah blah. Like, it's just no. Why is he mad this time? Asked Olga, sliding into bed with me and drawing the curtains with a press of a button on the remote. Because I didn't orgasm. Oh yes, this is what we're saying. Oh, because he's so fucking immature. They both are. I shook my head at how absurd this sounded. There's a reason for that. My head is killing me. I want to throw up, and he just had to be in the mood. He licked and fingered me for a while, and when I didn't come, oh, wrong spelling, wrong spelling, wrong spelling. There it is. I knew they couldn't get it right for very long. Wrong spelling. He just threw a fit and left. Right, Olga muttered and switched on the TV. Best thing about living with servants is that when you're hungover, you don't have to do anything by yourself. We stayed in bed all day, ordering food and watching movies. If not for the fact that my husband was mad at me again and wasn't returning my calls, I'd say the day was a success. I'd say him not returning your calls makes the day more successful. End of chapter. We are on to chapter 5, but first we get to play with fire. For only the second time in this book so far, we get to play with fire. Because the word seed is just offensive in almost every context, including this one. So, 3, 2, 1. See, it's when it catches on the edges that it starts to go a little inferno. Oh, that smells better. Yeah, it's deliberately trying to blow it away from me so it wouldn't get ashes all over me. Oh, you know what? I'm taking a stretch break. Oh. It is good to stretch and get up and move around and have a snack and drink some water when you're online for a long time. Oh, and we try to set a good example here. Oh. I am still holding out hope for chip night. Yes, I really want to open the freaking chips. I never intended for the chips to go on this long. Here's the true fact. Here's how fucked in the head I am sometimes. And this is me being neurodivergent, and sometimes there's just no arguing with it. I don't like the feel that things that are slimy. I cannot tolerate it for any reason. That's never in a million years going to change. It's one of those things that I've just had to adapt to. And that, and my being very planning and organized and mentally having rules for things that don't have rules. Don't ask me why. I've been like that since I was a kid. You know, and some of them are influenced by things, some are not. But the idea with the chips is because I wasn't drinking anymore, so I didn't have something to replace it with. I was figuring that out. And then I hadn't gotten the Skittles thing yet because we were taking a vote, so I needed something to fill a week. And I had a bag of chips that I had bought as a treat because I hadn't bought anything like that in like at least a year. So I was like, I'm going to buy these chips as a treat because I love these chips and I haven't had them forever and I deserve a treat because I'm working really hard and like getting better as a person and trying to find a job and blah, 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 and thinking about getting a kitten, which is that's questionable. But I bought the chips and then I needed a thing. So I was like, okay, for one night, I'll just make the chips the thing for in place of a glass of wine. And because my head is fucked, I now can't undo it. Because I said I get to open the chips if somebody sponsors them, and now my brain won't let me eat the chips unless it happens. So that's why they've been sitting on my desk for 4 weeks, taunting me. Because apparently I can't I didn't mentally set a time limit. So now it's just permanently that way. These chips will sit here for a year and a half or longer until somebody tells me to open them. Like, I don't know, it's very weird. Like, there's things I can't do without permission sometimes. And too often I, like, wind up triggering it myself with being weird. You know, it's like why, like, some books have to be hardcover and some don't, and I don't ask me what the fucking difference is in my head. Like, there's so many little things. Chapter 5. The next morning, I woke up before noon and, to my great relief, realized that I had absolutely nothing to do. You don't work! When do you ever have anything to do? She hasn't had anything to do at any point in any of these books. Ever. Wow, I think it just scared people away talking about the chips. Okay, note to self, don't. Got it. But yeah, what did she ever actually have to do? She doesn't have anything to do ever. Like, he won't even let her leave the mansion without permission. Like, you literally have nothing to do ever. Aside from my daily ritual, which consisted of staying in bed and feeling sorry for myself. Okay, you got reasons. I lay in my pajamas and watch TV until it suddenly... Okay, she does have one thing that she has to do daily, yes. This is true. But that does seem to be her only reason to exist, is to be available for sex on demand with her husband. Or to sit there silently looking pretty in a room full of mobsters so he can show off that he controls her. Even with all this luxury, I'd be so goddamn bored. I lay in my pajamas and watched TV until it suddenly dawned on me that I really had nothing to feel down about. Well, you just lost a baby and had a heart transplant all in the same time, and you're hung up on another guy and your husband's a raging asshole. I'd made my peace with the loss of my baby. Okay. This happened overnight. The thought of my son was still painful, but it was growing more distant, like an echo. Okay, so you haven't made peace with shit. My health was improving, and the aches I had been feeling after my surgeries had subsided to just a small nuisance. And it was spring on Sicily. The weather was warm and sunny, and I was a filthy rich wife of the island's greatest mob boss. You know, we only have his word on that for how powerful, or like what kind of standing he has amongst the other mob bosses. Besides, I was growing bored. It took you this long. Well, when you have an IQ of 40, you're easily entertained. Energized by those thoughts, I jumped out of bed and skipped to the bathroom. After taking a long shower, brushing my long fake hair, and applying some makeup, I went to the wardrobe, where I spent a long while rummaging through the hundreds of hangers. I hadn't been shopping for too long, but I didn't exactly need new stuff. Yeah, duh. Yes, thank you! Sarah's point. He is the only mob boss on that island. Okay, so yeah, I guess you can say he's the best mob boss on the island because he's literally the only one, because Sicily is not that big. But like, I'm like, is he on Sicily because he's the junior? Is that why he gets the island and everybody else is in like mainland Italy? That's where the real like mob bosses are. You know, I'm kind of, related to some of those people. Not that my family will admit it. They won't deny it either, but Sicily, 2017. I was married to the world's most notorious mob boss. Try not reading that in Sophia's voice from Golden Girls? Okay. Sophia's Betty White, right? Or no, wait. I haven't seen Golden Girls in way too long. And I don't know the names of everyone. I actually have a scratch. Okay, I thought that was like embers on my face, but wait, was Sophia the really old one, the like tiny little one that used to give the other ones like shit all the time? She always started her stories with "Picture it, Sicily, 1944." Hey, that would have been an interesting time to be in Sicily. She was Dorothy's mom. Yes. Yeah. She's like the oldest of the group. Yeah. Yeah, Dorothy was like the most of any of them, she was like the most straight one to everyone else being the comedy relief. And I remember, was it was her name Blanche Devereaux? And she was just like constantly horny and man crazy, and like she was always dating somebody new. Uh, Most of the things in my collection still had their tags on. Yeah, this is the thing. You buy all these clothes, but you're never wearing them. About an hour later, I finally settled on a pair of leather leggings and a loose thigh-long Dolce & Gabbana sweater. Oh, we get to add to the designer name drop. I think the only Dolce & Gabbana thing I've ever owned is I have a perfume. Oh, now I want to get up and get this. I have a perfume by Dolce & Gabbana that is my favorite perfume of all time. It's called Sicily. It's been out of manufacture for like ever, but I still have some, and yeah, it's called Sicily. It was a Christmas gift a long time ago. B. Arthur, that's whose name I couldn't remember. Rue McClanahan was Blanche. Betty White was Rose. From Olaf, I remember that. How could she wear them? She bought them and then got pregnant. You do have a point there. She was complaining that her clothes didn't fit. I topped the outfit off with my favorite Givenchy. There we go, Givenchy boots. She is obsessed with these freaking boots that I bet are like the most uncomfortable, painful thing. And nodded in satisfaction, seeing myself in the mirror. Well, you only spent 4 hours getting ready, so it's 4 in the afternoon now. My black attire gave me an air of mystery and sensuality. I looked just like I wanted to, like a mastermind behind a new clothing brand. Oh yeah, he bought her a clothing company and now she gets to play designer. That had been the thought that had finally got me out of bed. I recalled the greatest present Massimo had bought me last Christmas, which was like 4 weeks ago. My own company. Now it was time to get it off the ground. Okay, so did he buy her a company or did he just incorporate a name and there's nothing attached to it? Like, are they the boots with the fur? Given that they had to buy winter clothes when they got sent somewhere cold, I'm saying no. Like, Christian bought Anna a publishing house. Yes! Yes! Did I have copy 50 Shades in here? What is wrong with me? Why do I not have copy 50 Shades? Girl. There we go. Again, we have somebody buying somebody a company that they know nothing about. Like, just because she likes to buy a lot of clothes and spend a lot of money doesn't mean she knows jack shit about fashion. I mean, she was a manager, so she probably has some business skills, but that's very different from running your own company. And we're not aware that she has any design or artistic or creative skills at all. And honestly, she sounds too stupid to be creative. I grabbed a black Celine Phantom bag. Oh, yet another designer drop. I might need space for that. Wrapped myself in a short black turtleneck La Manna poncho. 4. We are getting 4 designer name drops in one goddamn outfit. We're up to 10 on the designer name drops. We're only 55 pages in. Went out in search of Olga, who I needed to help me with my master plan. Okay, stop it with the hiccups. This is not fair. Excuse me. Yeah, and her fashion sense is highly questionable because the only style she knows is high-end hooker. Like, just because you buy expensive clothes doesn't mean they make you look classy. Believe me, there are a lot of expensive hooker clothes. Why are you still in bed? I asked her, opening the door to her bedroom. Hey, just be glad she's in bed alone. The look she sent me was worth the hour I'd spent preparing. She gawked, her eyes the size of satellite dishes. This is not the reaction you're getting from a female friend. Her mouth was still open when I leaned nonchalantly against the doorframe, waiting for her to come to her senses. Holy fuck, she said with her typical wit. You look like a... Okay, I'm gonna need help with the following sentence. You look like a purebred bitch. Where are we going? Why is she calling her friend purebred? Have we fallen into Harry Potter world? There's no way that word is not racist some way. You look like a purebred bitch. What? Where's my doggy? Bo, where are you? Bo. He may be sleeping and decide to ignore me. Bo, come here. Good boy. Bo, come on, good boy. I hear a tail. Come on, tail. Where's your tail? Come here. Come here, good boy. Come on. He's on the couch and he's being lazy. Come on. Oh, I hear ears flapping. That means he's getting up. Come on. Come here, good boy. Purebred is an high-end pure breed designer female dog. That was my other thought. as opposed to a rescued street mutt. Yeah. You're still calling your friend a dog. There's my puppy. Who immediately flops over and goes, rub the belly. I'm half asleep. Rub the belly. Come here. Up, up. I'll pick you up, and you don't like that. Oh, you're all warm. Sorry for disturbing you. Come here. Come on. Up, up. Up, up. Come on. You can do it. Come on. You can do it. He's just really sleepy. I'm going to pick you up. Yep, I'm going to pick you up. You don't like that. Come on. Up, up. Up, up, up. Oh, come on, you lazy thing. Come on. Up. That's a good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Look who we got. Look, it's a puppy. Oh, you smell. You need a bath because you smell. Is that why you didn't want to come over? Because you smell? Oh, he's so warm. Where were you? Where were you that you were so very, very warm? You weren't under your puppy bed? You're so warm, little baby. Yes, you're adorable and I love you. Oh, you stink. That's okay. That's okay. You're allowed to stink. Yes. Everyone say hello to the puppy. He was woken from some very important napping. You have stuff in your fur again. Oh, puppy, what did you do? What did you do? There's something in his fur. You can feel it. And it smells. What did you get into? Huh? What did you get into? You want to just tell me where I'm going to find a mess? You wanna? Yeah, somehow, universal to dogs, the word you wanna? You wanna? You know you won't do it because you know I'm teasing you. But it makes the ears go up. No, dog hair on my mouth. Oh, look at you. Look at how good he is. Look how sweet he is. Look at this sweet little baby. Oh, you're so warm. I'm going to cuddle you for heat. Oh, you're so warm and sweet. You are. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Yes, you are. You're so sweet. Sweet little baby. Little baby with the belly. Yes, belly, belly, belly. Belly, belly, belly. Yes, good baby. Oh, you're so sweet and I love you so much. Yes, you're so sweet and I love you so much, little baby. Oh, cuddle, 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 cuddle. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, so sweet. You're so sweet. Yes, I love you so much. I love you so much. Oh, good puppy break. Yes, you're a good boy. Oh, so good. Look at you. Look at how good you are. Look at the little puppy. Oh, good puppy. With all your floppy feet. And your tail. Tail, 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 tail. Don't worry, I will put back the hand that's petting you. Don't give me the look. Channeling his inner hedgehog. They get into the best scents, chew it up, and put it on their quills as a method of scent camouflage. Okay. Is that your official excuse for whatever you have rolled in and now smell like? You're camouflaging your scent from all the other dogs around here? He says yes. Yes. That is what he was doing. He was being a smart doggy. He wasn't being a brat and getting into garbage and making a mess. No, he wasn't doing that. No, no, no. He would never do that. He would never, ever be a little brat and make a mess. No, 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 no. Holding him in like the most awkward position, he's still falling asleep. Yes. Maybe just stroke the bridge of the nose. And it makes for a sleepy baby. All right, I'll let you get back to your very important napping. Oh, I'm still working on getting dog treats for him. I didn't have time this week, but hopefully in the next week or two, depending on shipping time, we will have some nice, good for you doggy treats that are not 90% salt and filler. It'll actually be good for you. Or at least not bad for you. I'll settle for just not bad for him. Yes, we'll get you some nice, nummy things that you can nibble on. Yeah, what do you think? Yeah, he thinks this is a good idea. Mm-hmm. Yes, you do. Okay, I'm gonna put you on your pillow, okay? I know, it's so cool. I'm putting you down and stopping the petting. I know. I'm just the meanest mommy ever. I know. Yes. And clearly, this should just be a 4-hour stream of me petting you and rubbing your belly. Yeah, that's what he thinks. That is what he thinks. He's so melted. You're so melted. Come here. Okay, there we go. Mommy loves you. Even when you stink. Our Hedgie would chew his food. He ate cat food and pasted on himself. It was gross and made the cats really interested. Oh no. Aw, I've known a few people that had hedgehogs as pets. They're illegal to keep as a pet here. You can't have them. Not that people don't. I've known people that did, but they are illegal. That's why I was never allowed to have a ferret as a child. And yes, I wanted a ferret as a child, and I was very upset when I was told I couldn't have one. That's the problem. I need to go see Emmy. Oh, the designer fuck buddy of the guy now engaged to Olga. We've remembered she exists. Has he broken up with her, like, officially? I took off my sunglasses. I wanted to ask you if you wanted to go with me. Normally, I would have just told her we were going, but I remembered that Emmy was Dominic's ex-girlfriend. I didn't want to push her. Are you sure that they're ex? Has she been informed? Because he said they were just casual fuck buddies. So, did he tell her that those days are in the past? You know, not that we're expecting him to be loyal, because do we really think that all the times that Laura has been away from Massimo, like 2 months here, 2 weeks there, do we think he was not, you know, getting some with all of his whores? Olga sat up, grimacing and sighing, but finally rose to her feet and replied, "Of course I'm going. Why would you even think I'd let you go on your own?" Before my friend was ready, I managed to grow hot, take the outer layer of my clothes off, grow cold, and put it on again, and repeat that process a couple of times. This is not a good thing. Is this supposed to be our clue that she's pregnant again already? Does early pregnancy include not being able to control your body temperature? Or is that just a hangover thing? When she emerged from her changing room, she was ready for war. A fashion battle. Her choice of attire was surprising. She looked normal. What? What the actual fuck? Versace denim. Versace denim boyfriend jeans. Didn't know Versace made jeans. A white t-shirt and a powder pink Louis Vuitton heels. Okay, so that's 2 more name drops. To top it off, an ostentatious fur coat thrown over her shoulder and a set of golden necklaces around her neck. Why do you need a fur coat in Sicily? You don't. "We're going," she asked, passing by. I burst into laughter. In her shaded Prada glasses, there we go, we get another one. These women cannot get dressed without at least 5 designers being mentioned. In her shaded Prada glasses, she looked like Jennifer Lopez in Love Don't Cost a Thing. I grabbed my bag and followed. I'm waiting for the day when celebrities doing those like cheesy online interviews get asked, "Did you know your name gets mentioned in 365 days?" I want someone to ask. Yeah, why would you bring Olga to visit the boyfriend's other? This is not a good idea. No, there's going to be a cat fight. Also, we don't know if she's been told that she's X now. I had called Emmy earlier explaining my intentions so she wasn't surprised by our arrival. That might be the first considerate thing she's done in this entire book series. Explaining Massimo had asked her to help me out with my own business during the winter. We entered her beautiful atelier. Olga called out, but there was nobody there. I poked her in the arm. Her loud exclamation felt out of line. The door on the opposite end of the room opened, revealing God! Just God. Okay. We both stared dumbfounded at a man wearing loose black pants as he headed towards a great mirror, barefoot with a cup in his hand. With our mouths agape, we stood utterly still, trailing the muscular stud with our eyes. These are two of the horniest bitches in existence. His long black hair fell in disarray over his broad shoulders. He swept it back nonchalantly and looked at us. He smiled and took a sip from his mug, saying nothing, and we could only stare on, rooted to the spot. Hi, I heard Emmy's jubilant voice and shook off the stupor. I see you've already met Marco. The half-naked Adonis waved a hand at us. Also, like, maybe it's because I'm not attracted to looks at all, and I'm not attracted to men in the conventional sense. But I have never known any women that if there was like chiseled hot guy, model guy walking by, I've never known women to basically act like men and be all like looking at that and all like, this is not a female thing. Also, yes, here's the question. Yeah. Like, is every guy in Sicily just a straight like 10 out of 10? Like, what? Like, in this world, yeah. I was sleeping minimally clothed in the middle of February with the ceiling on full blast. Meanwhile, hubby was somewhere under a pile of blankets. Yep. Yeah, I do remember that because basically the baby is like a tiny little space heater inside. So yeah, you get really warm all the time. I've definitely heard that. I've also known women that actually planned their pregnancies to avoid being pregnant in the summer months because that's the absolute worst. He's my new plaything, Emmy said, slapping the man's ass. Okay, so she's moved on. Come, sit. Would you like some wine? This might take us a while. I was taken aback by her cheery demeanor and the way she addressed Olga, the utter indifference to what had happened. Emmy didn't seem to mind that Dominic had chosen my friend over her. Well, they weren't dating, though. He made it clear that they were literally just each other's fuck buddies when it was convenient. They were not in any kind of a relationship. But a brief glance at the long-haired godling. Is this even a word? Is godling a word and it's one word? Godling. Allowed me to understand why. Okay, so we're saying she's okay moving on because she found somebody hotter. After a few hours of talks, a brief lunch, and 3 bottles of champagne, that is 1 bottle per person, Emmy sat back in her plush armchair. So I guess we're hiring Emmy to be the designer for the clothing company that doesn't exist and is definitely a mob front to launder money. You've chosen the designers from the art school, she said, but there's still the question of the casting. You won't find it equally easy to work with all of them. I think our best option is to tell them to design something that would symbolize your brand. Like she has any fucking clue what that's going to be. And how many designers do you need? You're just starting. Start with 1. Yes! Demigod is a word. Like, are we calling this a translation error? It's possible. She jotted something down on a piece of paper already covered with numerous scribbles. Then there are the shoe people, but I know you already have a vision on how to test them. Emmy smiled and nodded. She knew how much I loved shoes. We're going to meet with the sewing plants later this week. I'll teach you how to deal with them, how to check the quality of the seams, etc. We'll also need to go to the mainland and meet with fabric manufacturers. Oh yeah, hubby's gonna love that. She picked up her glass. Are you aware of how much work that will be? She asked with a smile. Are you aware how rich you'll become when it all comes together? I guess they're hiring her as like a consultant or their head designer or something. I don't know. The only reason I'm doing this is my secret plan to buy myself my own island. By the way, no idea who's talking on any of these 3 lines because they're just all after each other and it doesn't say who's talking. She raised an arm and high-fived me. The following weeks are going by. The following weeks were the most work-intensive time of my life. Yeah, because she's actually doing something. My therapist had been right. I simply had been bored before. Despite my depression being gone, I continued seeing him twice a week, just to be sure. Have a chat. Are we going to find out she's banging the therapist? And also, there's a therapist in this now, so I'm adding copies 50 Shades because somebody has a therapist. Yeah, not much of a secret. Mm-mm. I let myself be drawn in by my work. Working in an industry I knew next to nothing about quickly proved to be more satisfying than anything I'd done before. Fashion was one thing, but creating my own company and making sure it was being profitable was another. It is not profitable at this point. You are literally a fashion startup company that's probably going to go under after 1 show, and you have nothing. You're not selling anything yet. Like, there's no way you're making any kind of money. You're spending a lot of money because you have to hire designers and buy fabric and pay people to make the clothes. Like, a couple of weeks is not even enough time to get, like, to go from designs on paper to having something on a mannequin that can be worn on a runway. And then you have to do the fashion shows to get buyers to buy your clothes put in the stores. This is like a whole process. Like, going from the paper to the store shelf usually takes like a year to 18 months. And thank you, Project One Ray, for the fact that I know something about this. The whole situation I found myself in had one enormous advantage. I was filthy rich already. Thanks to my husband's money, I could set the whole business up quickly, employ a lot of people, and completely disregard the costs. Massimo seemed not to care. The more I tried to talk to him, complaining about the difficulties I was encountering, the less he wanted to listen. I could see the irritated glances he sent me between snorts of coke. So he's just gone full coke bender now. He's just, yep, okay, that's his way of, yep. He wasn't trying to hide his addiction anymore. He'd drink, do cocaine, and sporadically fuck me. I hadn't known him like that before, though from what I heard from various stories, he had just got back to his old habits. Oh, so okay, so we also have he apparently put on a front to try and woo her, but now that he's got her and he's mad at her, he's just going right back to being a drunken, coke-addled, you know, fuckboy. One evening I returned from my workshop completely drained. I was sure Massimo had left. Earlier that day I had overheard him talking to Mario, who had been trying to convince the man in black to participate in some kind of business meeting. By that time I was used to us living separately. They've been married for what? Like 4 months at this point, and we're already doing the separate bedroom? Yes, no, the kidnapping buzz isn't a good listener. And also, when was he ever? Like, he's like, we're supposed to be feeling sorry for her because her marriage is falling apart and he's being a distant asshole and not engaging with her life and, what she's doing, and he doesn't want to, chat over dinner. They never did that. That's the thing. The way he's treating her now is no different than he's ever treated her before. He's treating her exactly the same. He's just doing it, well, more drunk and more coked out than before. That's what's changed. His level of substance use has gone up, but the way he treats her is exactly the same. When the fuck did he ever care what she had to say or thought about anything? They never had conversations at all. He would show up, fuck her, order her to leave or stay put, and then disappear for weeks. Like, you can't lose something you never had. But I said at the halfway point we would make an announcement, and so we shall. My very, very, very good friend in the UK that sent me a book, it arrived, and I was happy to see it. I kind of had a suspicion, but also not, because what he sent me is this. It is a book called The Delta of Venus by Anais Nin. And the reason that I now own this book is because this came up. The book, one of the stories in it, while I was doing research for my novel, it came up. And I know my friend loves a good erotica book, so I sent him the Wikipedia page and I was like, how have I never heard of this? And he's like, what do you mean you never heard of that? And he was apparently surprised. This is from the 40s. And he was surprised that I had never heard of it, and then said, oh, I have a copy of that. I think I have too. So a couple weeks later, when he said he sent me a book, I figured it was this. But yeah, The Delta of Venus. Now, there's an interesting history to this book, as I learned. It was written in the 1940s, and it was written as a commissioned work. It was never intended for publication. The author wrote it for $1 a page for a private collector of erotica, and it was only published after her death. So it's a collection of short erotica stories. You can see like the pages are all yellow because it's super old. Like this printing is from the mid 70s. So this is physically very old. You can see how like yellow the pages are, the typeset, that they had back then. Also, it smells old. It smells like old parchment, which is like, I could not flip a coin between the smell of old parchment like this or the smell of brand new books. They are two of the best smells ever in the entire world. It smells like an antique store. And grandma. So good. But yeah, it is a collection of short stories, most of which are under 10 pages. Some of them are only 2-3 pages. Some of them are longer. There's like 2 of them that are like 20 pages, but most of them are really short. So I intend to read this on this channel at some point. I'm not sure when or how. I haven't worked that out yet, but I definitely want to. I am going to put out a warning right now, though. Please remember that this was written in the 40s. So there's probably going to be a lot of sexism and racism. Like, I hope not, but given the time, there might be some of that we may have to gloss over. If it uses the N word, I will not say that word, but there may be other things that, was then but not now. And I'm not sure. I have not read any of it. I don't know. I don't recognize any of the stories from by name. I don't know, but I figure we gotta give this a read at some point. Like, I'm not all at once, but like maybe do like one of the stories a month or something. Like have a special night out of the month where we we pause the main book early and read one of these for the last hour or something. Something like that. But here's I thought, just for a taste, it has a little blurb on the inside. So I thought we'd give this a read. I love that it's got little roses at the tops of the pages. That is so cute and perfect for an erotica book. So here's what is on the inside of the cover. There's no context for this at all, and I haven't read it, so here we go. When his fever rose, his breath was like that of some legendary bull galloping furiously to a delirious goring. A legendary bull galloping furiously to a delicious goring. A goring without pain. A goring which lifted her almost bodily from the bed, raised her sex in the air as if he would thrust right through her body and tear it, leaving her only when the wound was made. A wound of ecstasy and pleasure which rent her body like lightning and let her fall again, moaning, a victim of too great a joy that was like a little death, a dazzling little death that no drug or alcohol could give, that nothing else could give, but two bodies in love with each other, in love deep with their beings, and every atom and cell and nerve and thought. Okay, that's slightly weird. Also, I'm wondering if the author is Italian, because the Italian word for orgasm literally translates to a little death or a taste of death. But yeah, we gotta check this out. Wow. When this was published in the UK, it cost £1.25. I wonder what that is today. In Australia, it costs $4.50. Hey, in Canada, this book only cost $2.95 when it was published. In New Zealand, it costs $4.30, and in Malta, because that's here for some reason, it costs £1.30. Okay. It also says, look, general fiction on a book that says erotica right on the cover. Did they not have erotica category? Was it not its own category? So yeah, look forward to that. We will get into it. But I'm very happy with it. I was very surprised but happy. But back to something less well written, I'm sure. I would often talk about it with my therapist. He always said it would pass, that Massimo was just coping with his pain after losing our baby, that I had to respect his grieving. And he also thought that my husband was still afraid that me staying with him was simply too dangerous. And that meant he had to constantly battle his own egotistical tendencies. Dr. Garby's message was simple. If you want to get him back, let him go. Back from what? How? Where? Hi, Deacon. Hello. Good to see ya. Also, the viewer count just shot up by like 3 people, so hi to whoever else just came in. That or the count has been wrong this whole night. It's been wacky. StreamYard keeps updating stuff and then stuff doesn't work, and YouTube's been weird this week too. Was anyone else getting huge lag off YouTube last night? Like, it didn't matter what video, just anything on YouTube was lagging, and I went on another video site to see if it was me, if it was my internet. It wasn't. It was just lagging like mad last night. That was the only way Massimo would return to me the same as he had been. Thanks to my work, the problem of too much free time had disappeared. That night I was supposed to meet some people in Palermo. I barged into the mansion, running down the corridor and nearly ramming some of the staff on my way. I had a plane to catch in an hour and a half. Have you checked with your husband yet? Because, he thinks he has to give you permission to do anything. So I think leaving the island without him, maybe not going to go so well. I managed to do my hair back at the workshop as my hairstylist was at my beck and call at all times. As for the dress, well, I was the owner of a clothing brand, wasn't I? One of my designers, Elena. Okay, so now this is the third time we've had a name from 50 Shades pop up in these books. Was a very talented young woman. I tended to favor her designs over others, but they were worth it. Simple, classic, delicate, and very feminine. She never overdid anything. Preferring rather to add to her creations with accessories. I adored all her work, from basic shirts to dresses. Today was the day I was supposed to put on one of the latter. Simple black bandeau top, flared from the waist down, with a black and white striped pattern. Spectacular. It does not sound spectacular. It sounds very boring and ordinary. A circle dress that stayed light and breezy despite being so wide. It flowed and billowed as I walked. Only now I was running, clutching the thing in my fist, fully aware that I had next to no chance of making it in time. At least my hairdresser had pinned my hair up high. If he had gone with the curls he had told me about after I bathed, the coiffure would have looked like a haystack. As it was, my hair was tied up in a beehive bun, so it was all right. I stepped out of my bright tunic and stormed into the wardrobe in nothing but my underwear, nearly toppling over the shoes I desperately tried to kick off my feet. I took off my panties and bra before sprinting to the bathroom. I must have looked like a lunatic. There's nobody watching! What the hell? Like, girl, chill. And why didn't you just take your clothes to work with you and go from there? Like, you gotta plan your day before you leave the house. There was no time to dry myself with a towel, because that takes so very long. I applied lotion on my wet skin, quickly rubbing it in. Maybe it would absorb as I focused on my makeup. Is somebody going to be touching your skin? This doesn't matter. Like, you don't need to take a fucking shower right now. Like, unless you really, really do, but I highly doubt it. But just get fucking changed and go. Like, this is dumb. I hate people who spend too much time, like, primping and getting ready when they got somewhere to be. Like, you have missed the point entirely. Nobody gives a flying fuck about what you're worrying about. Just get to the damn meeting on time. But I cannot abide people being late. Then, with pinpoint precision, I nearly gouged my eye out with black eyeliner. This is a fucking joke, I muttered, sticking on fake lashes and glancing at my watch at the same time. I'm goddamned Laura Torricelli. They should wait for me? Bitch, you are nobody. That's who you are. You are the extremely well-kept bitch of an idiot mobster that nobody respects. That's who you fucking are. In the world of fashion, you're less than nobody. You're an idiot that thinks you can just buy your way to an industry that, quite frankly, doesn't respond to having wads of cash thrown at it. Nobody cares how rich you are. Do you know how many celebrities have tried to start a clothing line and failed utterly? Because, yeah, money don't open the doors in the fashion world. Neither does having somebody's name. And your name doesn't mean shit in fashion world or anywhere outside of your husband's mansion. So, who in the fuck do you actually think you are? You are literally no one. You are less than no one because you are only allowed to speak or think or move when your husband tells you you can. Like, you are not Miss high-powered businesswoman that anyone is always going to listen to. And again, in this industry, nobody's ever heard of you. You're just an annoying nitwit rich bitch who thinks that opening her own company is something to keep her busy. You're not even a designer. You don't even know anything. You're just the cash behind the name. You shouldn't even be the ones in the meetings at this point. Let your designers and people who know what they're talking about go to these meetings because you don't. You don't need to be there. You're the person writing checks. You don't need to be there. You're always late? Well, if Sasha came with you, then I might be forgiving. The fact that she started going to a therapist is insane. Yeah, I think she said she told the therapist like a fantasy, like, cleaned up version of how her and Massimo met. She didn't tell him the truth, of course. But second shout out of the evening reminder that for $10 we have random ducks you can sponsor. They're awesome. They're in this bag. There's some really cool ones in here. There are actually some genuinely very cool ducks in here that I would like to see added to our pantheon. But that is our $10 option. Our $25 option is to put me in these very real handcuffs, which I enjoy very greatly. Or for $50, I have our month-long unopened bag of chips, desperately waiting to be opened. Or you can make me chug the rainbow by picking a Skittles flavor. We still have 3 flavors we haven't tried. We tried the green apple, we have not tried the others. And I do want to try the grape to see what it tastes like. Okay, obligatory shout out over. But here I was, frantically scrambling to finish on time. I squeezed myself into the dress and went to look at myself in the mirror. That was the look I was going for. My skin was delicately tanned, and I had started to work out again, so I looked healthy and toned. The surgical scars were practically invisible. No, they're not. I'm sorry. We now know that she didn't just have open heart surgery. She had a heart transplant basically about a month ago. So no, the scar is not almost gone. It would barely be scarred over at that point. Had really deep cuts. They take forever to heal and scar over. And the scar is like bright red and highly, highly noticeable for a very long time. Like, I should know. I have thousands. It was a while ago. Hi, Sethil. Good to see you. Good to see you and your dragons. Oh, very glad to see you. I hope you're somewhere warm. We're getting another cold front. It's supposed to snow here in the next couple days, which is so crazy. But it has been plunging down to freezing. We've had nothing but like wall to wall, down to the ground fog for like a day and a half, which is insane. And it's the kind where like you can be like this and not be able to see your own hand. It's that kind of fog. Like I haven't heard a car since Thursday. Because nobody drives in this. Because you can't see. You just cannot see. It is pure white. You can't see anything. That laser might not have been the most pleasant of treatments, but it was sure effective. Okay, so she's also been going to the plastic surgeon and having some kind of laser treatment on scars. I gotta Google that and see if that's a real thing. I'm sure some version of it is, but I'm also sure it doesn't work this well this quickly. Most of all, though, I finally felt like myself again. Even more. I was the best version of myself. God. I grabbed a black crystal-studded clutch bag and packed a few things in it. I wouldn't be coming back from Palermo until the next day. The door downstairs slammed shut. My time was up. I'm upstairs, I called. Grab the bag from the bedroom on your way up. I hoped the driver would quickly do as I said. After a few pumps of perfume, I was ready. I really hope we're not going to be late. I can't. I stopped. Froze. Rooted to the spot. That is the phrase. I've noticed with this author, every few chapters, she picks a phrase that you'll see for the next few chapters and then never again. This time it's rooted to the spot. We've had it 3 times so far in a chapter and a half. Red light therapy is a real thing. It helps Sasha immensely after the attack. Aw, I'm glad it worked for Puppy Girl. Is she still looking in the new magic rabbit hole? Is she allowed to go for walks yet, or is she still recovering? It wasn't the driver. It was Massimo. Of course it is, because he's not letting her go anywhere. Wearing a gray tuxedo. I don't think I've ever seen a gray tuxedo. He stood a couple steps away, facing me. He was silent. His jaw worked as he watched me. I knew that look, and I knew that I had neither the time or inclination to do what he wanted. I was gonna say he's gonna fuck her, because that's the only reason he comes here. Sped up her healing by months. That's good. No walks, getting late therapy again. Of course she's looking in the magic rabbit hole. She's a smart baby. I thought it was the driver, I said, trying to move past him. I have a plane to catch. It's a private jet, he replied calmly, barring my way. Yeah, if it's your private jet, you don't really have a takeoff time, do ya? Though I'm not sure how like flight plans work with private jets. I have a very important meeting with Mr. With a burst of rage, the man in black grabbed me by the throat and slammed me into the wall. There we go. Just he likes to do this. That is like his I'm in the mood move is grabbing her by the throat. Oh, Stevie Wonder's great. Oh, yes, thank you for pointing out 50 Shades ripoff. Private jet. Yep. He assaulted me with his tongue, licking and sucking, smothering me with his mouth. He continued. My need to rush out weakened. If I tell him to, he'll wait for you until next year, Massimo growled between kisses. Tantalized by his unexpected attention, I submitted. When the fuck do you not? Girl, all you do is submit. And what do you mean unexpected attention? You said he only shows up, uses you for sex, and then leaves. So that's what he's doing. He's not giving you attention, he's just using your body. Massimo's slender fingers unzipped my tight dress. The fabric flew to the floor. He lifted me into the air and carried me out onto the terrace. Why do none of these people fuck in the bed? Why are they all like exhibitionists that want to fuck on public display? Literally public display. It was late April. It wasn't hot outside, but it was pleasantly warm. The waves of sea broke over the rocks on the shore, and a salty breeze gusted from the waterfront. It was like going back in time, okay. The meeting, the company, and the negotiations suddenly felt insignificant. Ugh. girl, like, how is anyone supposed to take you seriously, ever? Massimo faced me. His eyes were dark with desire. Nothing else mattered. His hands clasped around my face as he clung to me in another kiss. I ran my fingers through his silky hair and drank in this extraordinary man's taste. My hands slid down his neck, reaching the first button of his shirt. They shook, fumbling with it. Quickly, his own hands tightened around my wrists, immobilizing them. Then he gripped me by the back of the neck with one hand and by the ass with the other, lifted me up, pulling me closer, and carried me towards the couch. Okay, what was the point? He just literally he lifted me in the air and carried me out to the terrace. 4 lines later, grabbed me by the back of the neck and by the ass, lifted me up, pulling me closer, and carried me towards the couch. Is there a couch on the terrace? Like, what? Why didn't you just put her there to begin with? He laid me down and looked me straight in the eyes. He raised 2 fingers and licked them before slamming them deep inside my snatch. I hate that word. I hate that word, I hate that word, I hate that word, and it's on the list, so I get to play with fire. Yes, there's a couch on the terrace. What's our growl count on? Like, at least 5 just in the last few pages. There's been growling, there's been roaring, there's been a lot of cocaine. Without any warning, I yelped, surprised. It wasn't unpleasant. That's not a compliment. He smiled faintly, slowly, his wrist picking up the pace, as his cold eyes trained on me. He was like a man possessed. There was no love or affection in his intense glare. His tongue licked my lips. I could see that he was aware that what his fingers were doing was equally pleasant and painful. What exactly is he doing? Yes, there was bellowing. Was the couch joke? Were we gonna make a JD Vance joke, Deacon? He put them in his mouth, relishing the taste before ramming them back in. My chest heaved and I squirmed under his touch. Finally, Massimo decided I was ready. He rolled me over and impaled me with his cock. Always with the impaling. Always with the impaling. There's never been another word. Like, we have a million different words for the shade of people's eyes and how big his dick is, but impaled is the constant. It was hard and thick. I came at once. Do we really need to be told what his cock looks like for the 900th time? A loud cry tore out of my throat, and the man in black bit into my shoulder as his hips thrusted even faster. He lifted my ass up and rose, straightening in a... He lifted my ass up and rose, straightening in a kneeling position behind me. What the hell position was he in until now? This makes no sense. Somebody else who needs to get the dolls and work this out before writing it down. Then he slapped my ass so hard the blow echoed across the garden. I didn't care if anyone heard it. I could feel him inside me again, and that was what counted. Massimo fucked me with wild abandon. He slapped me again on the same spot. I cried out, but he stifled my scream by sticking his fingers into my open mouth, then bending over and rubbing his wet hand against my pulsating clit. Harder, I gasped out, feeling another orgasm just out of reach. Fuck me harder. Is there a harder? Because really, there's a limit. Massimo's teeth gritted above my ear, his hips slamming into my ass, started pumping even more forcefully. Because he's the Energizer Bunny and definitely on coke right now. His hands moved to my breast and his fingers pinched my nipples. Ugh, I hate that, I hate that, I hate that. Ugh! I want to shower with steel wool right now. Ugh. Ugh! Ugh, I might need to go off screen and smack myself a couple times because it just triggered all the body feels and I don't like it and it needs to stop and ugh. Ugh! Mm. He didn't slow down. He just let out a great roar. Oh, stop it with the right! I can't! Stop it! Hammering my ass with his hips until his legs bucked under him. His muscular body collapsed over me. I'm actually getting... Fuck. Ugh! Okay, anytime you want to fucking stop. Because normally when this happens, my instinct is to just go wham really hard a couple times until it stops. That or slam my head into the wall. Though I've been told I shouldn't do that. I've only done that once or twice. Only in extreme emergencies. Pain mixed with pleasure and cold sweat beaded on my skin. I trembled, feeling the finale was close. That's when he exploded, climaxing. Ow, my head. He didn't slow down, just let out a great roar, hammering my ass with his hips until his legs buckled under him. His muscular body collapsed over me, and his hot breath on the back of my neck made my orgasm last longer than ever. You know, for all the things I would think would make me orgasm longer, somebody breathing on the back of my neck is not on the list. Biting my neck, I'll give you credit for that. That's lovely, but we lay like that for several minutes until he just slid out of me, leaving a gaping emptiness. He zipped up his pants. I waited for his next step, but nothing came. He just stood there and watched me, taking in the sight of my body racked with pleasure. You're so fragile, he whispered. Really? Not a word I'm associating with her or anyone in these books. So beautiful. I don't deserve you. My throat cramped. I hid my face in the cushion, tears threatening to flood my eyes. Also, that is way too much insight for him. So he's probably really, really fucked up right now. When I lifted my head again and looked back, he was gone. I was alone. I sat up, suddenly angry, sore. How could he just leave me without a word? You're acting like he hasn't done this before. He's done this before. He's done this all of the times before. I wanted to cry again, but only for a moment. A feeling of strange calm washed over me. I wrapped myself in a blanket that hung conveniently from the backrest and walked over to the edge of the terrace. The black sea whispered to me invitingly. The wind carried the scent of salt and water. The most beautiful smell in the world. I closed my eyes. Immediately, that most unwanted image appeared beneath my eyelids. I thought I had forgotten it, but no. It was Nacho, tending to the grill, wearing only his jeans. I wanted to open my eye and make it go away, but it was so pleasant. So good. He's got to turn up at some point soon. Because we know he's stalking her because he's obsessed with her, so he's got to show up at some point. I couldn't explain it. Something was happening to me, but the tranquility and the happiness of this memory the tranquility and the happiness this memory filled me with made my tears go away. I sighed, dropping my eyes. Flora, it was my bodyguard. He waited in the doorway. She's kind of naked right now. Your car is waiting. Your plane too. I nodded and returned to the wardrobe. I had to grab my dress. The sex was only one of the multitude of gifts my husband was showering me with, but it was quickly becoming less important. I don't think your husband having sex with you counts as a gift. It was only something that happened, a minor perk of living here. My passion and my new clothing brand were at the forefront of what mattered. Well, you don't have a real marriage anyway, so there's that. Yes, it is okay that you don't give a damn about any of these characters. They're not worth it. Yeah. No, he never acts right. He's never acted right. Like, that's what's so fucked up about this section. Like, they're pretending that he was, at once upon a time, that he actually was, like, a good, attentive, loving, normal husband. That's not true. Oh! My email was on the wrong thing, and so I've missed some emails. I'm so sorry. Oh. Oh, I missed one by an hour. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Oh, Sethail, are you still here? I'm so sorry I didn't see this. Somebody in the chat, try to at Sethail and tell me if he's still in the chat. Because I completely missed his sponsoring the chips. He sponsored the chips. We have chips. I'm opening the chips. Please tell me Sethail is still here. I'm gonna cry. You told me about it? I'm so sorry I didn't see. I am so sorry. I feel like the worst person right now. I am so sorry. Please forgive me. I will do better. I was looking for an email earlier, so I was on search and I didn't have it on my main email. I'm so sorry. I glossed over the message like a grease pig on ice. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't see. I'm so sorry. I will do better. I will never ever let it happen again. I will make sure my email is on the correct page so I know when I get email. I didn't see. So sorry. But we are going to open the chips because that is what is demanded. Is chips. So we finally get to open them. Oh, see, I'm going to hug the chips. Yeah, I haven't heard the phrase grease pig in a while, but it applies. I've seen it. I've seen a grease pig in a movie. God damn it, brain. The Leonardo DiCaprio, the Man in the Iron Mask. There is a grease pig hunt in the Man in the Iron Mask. At long last. Ah, they smell so good. Yummy. And seriously, look at how they make chip bags so big. Like, there's only chips up to here. Like, 2/3 of this is just bag. But thank you so much for the chips. I'm so sorry I missed your message until now. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. But yes, I'm going to have a chip because, oh my god. This is officially better than sex right now. It's so officially better than sex right now. Certainly better than any sex in this. I promise you, these chips are way better than any sex in these books. Not just because I'm really hungry either. Okay, last chip, then I'll stop. So good. Okay, I'm going to try very hard not to eat the whole bag all at once tonight, but no promises. But yeah, definitely better than sex. Okay, I need one more chip. It's not going to stop. There's cravings. Then we'll stop. I could make love to these, I swear. Best chips in the world. Absolutely the best chips in the world. Okay. I'm going to definitely chow down on those later. Thank you so much. Yeah, right. Not happening. That is so many levels of not happening. Yeah, definitely a factor. I've noticed a few things. There's these breakfast bars that I get, these really cheap ones. They've shrunk. And I was like, come on. They're the Walmart, the Walmart brand, whatever it's called, the apple cereal bars. They're really good, especially if you heat them up a little. Then it's like eating apple pie for breakfast, which probably means they're not very healthy. But I'm not somebody who usually eats breakfast, and I'm trying to change that. So I need basic breakfast bar, cup of tea. That is pushing it for breakfast. That's pushing it for food before like 8 p.m. In other words, I'm trying to learn how to eat like an actual person because I didn't learn that growing up because it wasn't an option. So I just always like eat something before bed and that's it, and which is really terrible and not good for trying to lose weight or anything because you're starving all the time. So I'm trying to learn how to eat like an actual normal person. Still not the biggest fan of breakfast though. Just not. And also, is it still breakfast if you sleep till noon? Right. You should read that email, Laura, said Olga, using a sheet of paper as a fan. It was May. The first heat waves had come. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you looked at it, I had no time to enjoy the weather. I rarely left my office. It's brunch. Yes, if you're having lunch, if you're having breakfast post noon, it's brunch. Oh, I hear a puppy. Hello. You want to come up? I'm going to flop over here and have my belly rubbed. You heard chips. That's why you're up. And the tail is wagging as soon as I said chips. Yep, that's why he's here. He wants chips. Because he was happily snuggled under his puppy bed, but you heard food sounds. And that's why you're here, you greedy little hound. Now he's like, oh no, she's on to me. I don't know what to do. Oh, little baby. If you come up here, I will give you a chip. One. I don't think that's too bad for him. They're not like super salty. What do you think? He's still in oh no, I've been caught mode. Give him like 10 seconds. Come on. Up, up. Yes, I hear your tail. Come on, up, up. Good puppy. Come on, good boy. He'll move in a minute. He takes his time. He's so sleepy. I walked over to Olga, leaned over the backrest of the chair she was sitting in, and looked at the computer screen. Why is Olga at the office? She doesn't do anything. Hello. Yes, come on. Bow. He does the paw on my leg like he wants to come up. As soon as I reach for him, he's belly, belly. No. Come on, up. Up, up. Come on. All right, you don't get a chip then. You have to come up if you want a chip. 3, 2, 1. Oh, we're being a stubborn puppy today. We're being a stubborn puppy. He'll be up in a minute. What's so important with this one? I asked, reading the first sentence. Holy shit, I exclaimed an instant later, pushing my friend off her seat and plopping in her place. It was an invitation to a fashion show in Lagos, in Portugal. How, I thought. The message briefly explained what the whole deal was. Bo, where are you? Come here. Come on, up, up. Yes, up. I know you're sleepy. Come on, up. Yes, I'll rub your belly. Come on, up, up. Come on, you can do it. Come on, Bo. Why are you being a crazy, lazy puppy tonight? Why are you just being a lazy little brat when I'm trying to show you off and feed you a chip? Come on, up, up, up. Come on, you can do it. Up, up. Come on, you can do it. Good boy. See, now he's wary, like I'm gonna clip his nails or something. Come on, you can do it. Up, up. Bo, come on, you silly thing. Come on, good boy. Good boy, come on. Oh, you are just a lazy puppy. You're so lazy. You want a chip? Come on, you want? Up, up. There we go. There we go. There we go. We got him. We got him. We got him. Yes, we got him. Here's a puppy. He wants to lick my face, but he knows he can't because mommy has makeup on, and that's the rule. I know. I know. You can't lick my face. You don't know what to do when you can't lick my face. I should have picked you up in the other hand because I need this hand to get the chips. Yeah, you want these? Yes. Oh, that got his nose's attention. All right, one chip. One chip for being a good boy. I'm trying to find like a relatively small chip because I don't want to give him a huge piece. Hey, do we want this? Oh, I think he wants it. I think he might want it. You want the chip? Okay, here you go. Oh. You just spit it out on my. Do you not want a chip? You always want chips. You can do it. It's okay. Eat the food. It's okay. Eat the food. You don't like it? It's okay. It's okay. You can do it. No, you just want to lick my face, even though you're not supposed to. You don't like the chips? No. Okay, you don't want any? Or you just don't want to eat because you know there's people watching? You think I'm trying to trick you with the food? Yes, he does. He's got paranoid puppy face. So he's paranoid that he's going to get in trouble. Don't worry. You're not going to get in trouble. Yeah, you can eat the chip. It's okay. It's okay. You can do it. You can eat the chip. It's all yours. Oh, come on, baby. You eat everything. You eat raw carrot. You eat frozen french fries off the floor. Come on, eat the chip. You can do it. It's okay. Come on. No, you just don't want to? You just being a shy, sucky baby? You being a suck? Are you being a suck? Yes, I see you looking. It's okay. You can take it. It's okay. You can do it. You can do it. No, I don't want to. No, I don't want to. Okay. You're just being shy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Okay. I'm going to put you down. Good boy. Okay. Rub the belly, rub the belly, rub the belly. Down we go. All right. I will put this on your pillow. See, now he takes it. Okay, he took it and he put it down. He'll eat it when he thinks I'm not looking because he's worried about getting in trouble right now. Yes. I think he's a little paranoid because I clipped his nails the other day. So now when I tell him to come up, he's like worried about what's going to happen. He'll be fine. The chips are all I can give you because I'm certainly not going to let you lick Skittles powder. Oh yeah, this is what pets do. They wait for you to say something about their behavior and then do the opposite. This is all pets. Yeah. Also, didn't know there was a Lagos in Portugal. The message briefly explained that what the whole deal was. The event was for European designers, new clothing brands, and textile manufacturers. It's the perfect place for me and my company. Really? Because, like, Fashion Week Milan is more the perfect place. I thought, clapping my hands and jumping up and down. Again with the infantilizing. Stop it! Olga, I turned to my friend. We're going to Portugal. Shouldn't you check with some people first? Because that's not really up to you. You mean you're going there, she retorted. I'm getting married in 2 months. So what? I grimaced. It's not like you have to do anything to prepare for that. Shady. She wanted to say something, but I quickly raised my finger to shut her up. I mean, she's not wrong. You even have your dress ready, I added, pointing to the spectacular white wedding dress showcased on a mannequin in the corner of the room. Why is your wedding dress on a mannequin in your friend's office? This sounds like a recipe for disaster. There's really nothing you can say to wriggle out of this. If I don't fuck my man regularly, I won't be able to remain faithful. The men are super sexy in Portugal, she said with a laugh. So I'll just fuck him twice a day until we go. Maybe that will keep me in line. Okay, why is everybody so horny and sex crazy? Why? 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 Maybe. Ugh. Oh, stop it. It's only one weekend. Besides, look at me. My husband barely fucks me at all, and when he does, it's only when he's in the mood, I said, shrugging. But at least when he does. Okay, so we're making a compromise there, I guess? I nodded with a smile. Let me guess, you're talking about sex, Emmy cut in, entering the room. Yes and no. We received an invitation to the fair in Lagos. I spun around in my happy dance. I know, I saw it. I can't go. She frowned and sat in her armchair. How sad, said Olga in Polish. I faced her with a glare. Quiet, I hissed and turned back to Emmy. You won't go with us? Regrettably, I have plans for that weekend. Family meeting. I rolled my eyes. Have a good time, though. Party, Olga cried out and hooted. I sent her a disdainful look and sat back down to look at the monitor, scanning through the rest of the messages. The next 2 days came and went. I was too occupied with work and preparations for the fair to even notice the passage of time. Elena quickly made me a dress for the banquet that was to take place on Saturday, as well as some other less formal dresses for the other 3 days. That's a lot of custom clothing to get made in 2 days. I wanted everything to be earthy in color, neutral, without any patterns or embellishments. The young designer disregarded my guidelines and made a breathtaking, long, blood red halter dress with deep cleavage and a pleated front. He's going to show up at the meeting and be pissed that she's sexy dressed, right? This is what we're setting up? Tits, I said, putting it on. You've got to have tits for dresses like this one. Bullshit, Elena retorted, giggling and pinning the fabric with needles. I'll show you something. She fished out some translucent adhesive patches from the drawer. We'll stick those pads to you so they don't move. They'll lift what needs lifting and make your boobs seem larger. That's going to be an illusion, but it'll do. Now lift your hands. So we're going with some double-sided tape and chicken cutlet action. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Have you seen there's like interviews and documentaries coming out now of women like fleeing from like trad wife communities? And it's like, yeah, what the fuck did you fucking think you were getting into? She was right. After the pads were applied, my breasts really did look a lot better. I'm amazed she hasn't just gotten fake boobs. Like, just, is that coming up? Delighted, I watched as the dress perfectly adhered to my skin and all the caresses adapted to my curves. Despite my not being a fan of the color at first, it perfectly harmonized with the color of my hair, my eyes, and my tan. I looked like royalty. But no. Everyone will stare at you, Anna said proudly. And that's what it's all about. Just don't panic. I got the rest of the things like you wanted. Yeah, I'm betting well, we're all betting that she is. Also, she asked the friend to get her birth control, but that hasn't been mentioned since. We don't know if that happened. She hasn't mentioned being on it. Here's a sassy one, I snorted, turning around and admiring my elegant look. I'm your boss. You do as I say, I added, laughing as she pinned me with another needle. Sure, why not? I can try that for a change. She took the last of the pins out of her mouth. Now take the dress off. I need to work on the details. An hour later, I had packed my things into around 30 paper bags and was ready to go. Why are you packing your things in paper bags? First, I tried lugging all that to the car on my own. But 15 attempts in, I accepted defeat and called the driver who was waiting downstairs. 15? What? What in the what now? Uh, Seeing the crumpled and torn bags, he sent me an incredulous look and raised an eyebrow. Then he grabbed the bags. I shrugged and followed in his step. My flight was in the evening. The event was starting Friday morning, and I didn't want to miss a thing. The plan was to get some sleep, dress up to the nines, and conquer Europe. Of course, as it often is with Olga, we were also planning to get absolutely wasted. That's such a great thing to do the night before you have a big business meeting. Yep. It being the wedding dress, and I totally just texted it above phrase to my husband. He's all, what the fuck? I joke about the body bag because someone in our apartment commented it looked like we were carrying a body. Yes. Yeah, that's true. There's certain things when you're carrying them, like any rolled up carpet, always possibly there's a body in it. It's the, oh. Uh, Knowing that the weather in Lagos was especially good for outdoor parties, I wanted to have some fun. Didn't I deserve a bit of respite after all? Yeah, as opposed to like the last year of your life. I'd booked a suite for the whole week. I even wanted to let Massimo know, but he was out. Shame, I thought, packing another bikini. Since the beginning of my fashion adventure, it had turned out I had some designing talent too. Oh, yeah, right. This is going to be funny. The only thing I couldn't do was sew. I had a I had a special fondness for designing lingerie and swimwear. Now with 3 dozen sets. 3 dozen? I zipped up the last travel bag. You're taking 3 dozen sets of lingerie and bikinis on a 3-day trip. Are we moving? Olga was leaning against the doorframe, chewing an apple. Or does some small country need to clothe its people? In other words, you have overpacked. She raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Why do you need all this? I sat down cross-legged and crossed my arms on my chest and glared at her. How many shoes did you take? She thought about it, looking at the ceiling. 17. No, wait, 22. How about you? Flip-flops included or not? If I were to count flip-flops, I took 31 pairs. She snorted with laughter. Ha! Hypocrite. I showed her the middle finger. First of all, we're going to a party. At least one, Olga laughed. At least one, I repeated. And second, there's a chance we're going to stay the whole week. Maybe longer. And third, I won't carry all that around all the time, will I? I need to have a selection. Is that so bad? Yes, 31 pairs of shoes, even for a week-long trip, is too many shoes. I'm not a therapist and I don't claim to be, but when are we going to acknowledge that she was kidnapped? She has completely glossed over that. So has the book. So did the movies. The tragedy is that I actually have more luggage. Olga shook her head. Does that jet of ours have a load limit? I guess so, but I think our things won't be a problem. And beckoned her closer. Now come here and sit down on that bag. I can't lock it. It's because you have too much stuff. How many pairs of shoes is appropriate if she were packing for an entire fashion show? Yes! That's what I was thinking too. Like, is she taking, like, presumably she's taking, like, some of the actual clothes from her line with her, but those would be, like, coming from the office, not her house. Remembering my previous experiences with flying, I downed a couple glasses of wine and entered the plane already drunk. I didn't even manage to find a comfortable position before I fell asleep. Semi-conscious and hungover, I walked from the plane to a car and reclined in my seat. Olga was similarly wasted. We both hogged the water bottles perched on the armrest. It was still dark and her drunkenness had dissipated, sadly. My ass hurts, muttered Olga between two gulps of water. There's just a random sentence. From the seat in the plane, I asked. It was pretty comfortable. From being thoroughly fucked. Dominic clearly didn't want me to think about sex for the whole week. Why would you just randomly say this? That piece of information sobered me up. I straightened up. They were in the mansion? Both of them? I opened my eyes wider, surprised. Yep, the whole time, but they went out in the evening. She frowned. Didn't he come to you? No, I said, shaking my head. That's it. Half our marriage has been half our marriage he's been acting like he hates me. He keeps disappearing for days and I don't have a clue as to what he's doing. He doesn't take my calls either. Yeah, that's because you don't have a real marriage. I looked her in the eyes. 2 hours and 10 liters of iced tea later, we were ready. Wait, did I skip a page? I may have skipped a page. I did. Sorry. I looked her in the eyes. I don't think this can get better, I whispered. My eyes watered. Can we talk about it on the beach, drinking cocktails? I nodded and wiped away the single tear that had streaked down my cheek. End of chapter. So, stretch break. Ugh. I'm hoping at some point Sethel will tell me he's not mad at me for not seeing his message. Because my brain needs that. Otherwise, I would be looking for dragons over my shoulder for weeks. Because it really does bug me when I think somebody's mad at me because I did something really stupid. I still don't know how I missed a message. I'm so, like, I try to be so attentive and pay attention to everything on all the screens. Puppy has returned to the couch. Probably annoyed at me for disturbing his couch time. But he got lots of cuddles and love. He'll be fine. And he got to smell 2 other puppies today, so he had a good. And it's warm enough that he can. Well, sometimes a couple of days it's been warm enough that he actually wants to go outside. And he doesn't look at me like I'm trying to kill him by making him go out in the cold. Chapter 6. I stretched out and reached for the curtain remote. I didn't want to be blinded by the morning sun, so I only opened them a fraction. A stream of bright light spilled into the room through that narrow gap, letting my eyes adjust to the brightness. I looked around the apartment, shaking off the sleepiness. It was very stylish and modern, white and cold. Everything looked sterile. In other words, the kind of place I would hate because it has no personality. Only the red flowers located around the room warmed the interior a bit. I heard knocking at the door. I'll open it. Olga's shrill cry from the other room woke me up for good. It's breakfast. Move your ass 'cause it's late. Muttering curses and threats, I plodded to the bathroom. Cocoa, Olga announced, placing a mug in front of me. My savior, I mumbled and downed it. God, that's good. When does the hairdresser come? Should be here any minute. You really need a professional hairdresser to do your hair? Like, seriously. Someone knocked on the door again. I rolled my eyes. I hated being in a hurry, but lately it had become the norm. Extending 2 fingers to show Olga how much time I needed, I went to have a shower. 2 hours and 10 liters of iced tea later, we were ready. I had my long, dark hair tied into a loose bun that gave me the look of someone who had just gotten up from bed after some really good sex, because that's how you want to present yourself at a business meeting. I put on white, high-waisted flaxen pants. Okay, whatever that is. And a short shirt that revealed my toned stomach. Silver Tom Ford heels. Oh, brand name drop. Where's my pen? And I'm remembering that I forgot to burn something because I'm a scatterbrain tonight. Okay. My apologies again for being late. This is what happens when I don't toke up before book club. I'm a complete scatterbrain, apparently. How does being stoned make me focus more? How is that possible? But apparently true. 3, 2, 1, fire! See, that's nice. Smells pretty good too. Okay, the paper went like really shiny. Like it's melted. Weird. An matching clutch bag I'd gotten from one of my own designers topped off the outfit. I put on sunglasses and waited in the doorway of Olga's bedroom. The car's already waiting, I said in a low voice, and my friend whistled. Let's go conquer the fashion world. Highway what pants? Yeah. I put on white high-waisted flaxen pants. Flaxen. If I thought we would be two of the best looking people around, I had another thing coming. Pretty much all the other women were dressed up. They all looked like Vogue models. Well, what the fuck did you expect? Stylish hairdos, extravagant outfits, and meticulous makeup. The girl who had sent me the invitation showed us around, introducing us to various people with whom I exchanged brief greetings and business cards. My last name seemed to impress the Italians the most. Yeah, because they actually know who the fuck your husband is. Nobody else does because you're nobody. That wasn't what I wanted. Their eyes all told me the same thing as they exchanged looks. Look, it's that gangster's bitch. Yes, because that's what you are. I paid them no mind. My husband had made my business possible, funding it at the start, but I'd climbed the ladder of success through my own resourcefulness? What success? Linen pants made from flax. Okay, I did hear that you could make flax into fabric, but I didn't know if that was true. But what success? What success? All you have done is throw a shit ton of money at a fake company. You hired designers. They have manufactured like prototypes of clothes. That's all you have done. You are not fucking successful in any way because you are not selling a product yet. You are not on the market. You are not even in business. You are a startup. You are not making money at all. You won't be for quite some time. Like, also the markups in fashion are notoriously like massive. Like everything gets marked up like 300%. Like I think it's like it's second only to like the wedding industry for markups on stuff. You know, like if a designer uses like $15 worth of fabric to make a shirt, that shirt is going to retail for like $200. But oh my god, climbed the ladder of success through my own resourcefulness. There aren't even, that's just so much fucking bullshit. That thought gave me the strength to power through the day. We watched a few shows and I jotted down the names of 3 designers and realized it was past noon. Trained by the snobbish excesses of the fair. You're one to talk, queen of materialism. The day was pleasantly. By the snobbish excesses of the fair, I took Olga with me and went out to breathe in some fresh air. The day was pleasantly warm, and the wide promenade stretching along the beach looked inviting. Let's go for a walk. I patted Olga on the back. She shrugged but followed me. They're gonna run into Nacho, aren't they? Because now that she's outside of Sicily. Because here's gonna be the thing. Nacho's gonna say like he can't go to Sicily because like his family and I forgot his name for a minute. Massimo's family are rivals, so he can't like show his face on Sicily. But she's not in Sicily. She's in Portugal, which is probably way more like his family's territory because they're the Spaniards after all. And it's like it's gonna be him. He's just gonna appear on the boardwalk. And since she basically declared that her marriage is over, is she gonna fuck him on the boardwalk? I think she will. Flax is difficult to spin and weave. If something gets pulled wrong, tension wise on the loom, it ruins the weave but makes a luxurious feeling fabric. Okay. So it's a pain in the ass, but it's nice. That sounds nice. I'm not surprised it's used to make like expensive clothes, especially if it is a pain in the ass to work with, because that seems to be the rule of expensive clothes that any fabric used must be a pain in the ass to work with. Like, that's why chiffon notoriously gets so used, but it is a bitch. Same with like silk. Like, there's things you can't fuck up or you've ruined it. Massimo wouldn't be himself if he hadn't sent his security guards with us, so we were now trailed by troglodytes with pomaded hair. We strolled leisurely, talking about nothing in particular and rating sexy Portuguese men, recalling the good old times. I've never gone anywhere and just randomly been rating people. Olga salivated at the sight of some of the hunks we passed. Eventually, we reached a place where a large crowd had amassed on the beach. Our interest piqued, we stopped and leaned against the low barrier. There was some party going on, or maybe a swimming competition down by the sea. I took my shoes off and sat down on the stone wall dividing the promenade from the sandy expanse. That's when I noticed the people in the water. They were sitting on their surfboards waiting for the perfect wave. Some swam, others relaxed on the beach. It was a surfing competition. Yes, yes, called it. I felt my stomach nodding. My heart raced at the memory of Tenerife. I smiled, propping my chin on my knees, gently shaking my head. Suddenly, someone started talking through a loudspeaker. And now our current champion, Marcelo Mateo. There we go. There we go. We got Nacho. He's back. So telegraphed. So telegraphed. So stupid. And what? We're supposed to believe it's just a coincidence that he happens to be here and she just happened to choose that moment to go for a walk on the beach and run into him being in a surfing competition? Also, do we really think the guy who is a professional assassin for the mob would, like, waste his time with a surfing competition? I swallowed, but my throat was suddenly parched. Frozen in place, panicking, I combed the crowd with my eyes, and there he was. My colorful boy with his surfboard. Stop calling him that. His neon bright wetsuit reflecting the sun like a mirror. I don't think that's how wetsuits work. I felt dizzy. My fingers tingled. Olga was saying something, but I could hear nothing. I could only see him. Marcelo lowered his chest onto the board and paddled towards the waves. I needed to run. My muscles weren't responding to the signals my brain was sending, so I stayed in place, staring at him. As he swam up the first wave, I felt as if someone had hit me in the head with something heavy. He was perfect. Simply perfect. His movements were dynamic, confident, and he had total control over his board. The whole ocean was his to command. We're just going right up a cliff. Like, everything has just gotten so much more exaggerated. Like, it already was to a ridiculous level, but this is just, like, girl, it wasn't that long ago you were saying Massimo had a body sculpted by God. Like, come on. She's just a horny bitch, I swear. Like, she has no loyalty. She has no real emotions. Like, nothing matters except her Givenchy boots. The water listened to his every whim. Jesus Christ, I prayed, let it be nothing more than a dream. But no, it was really happening. It was over in a couple minutes. The beach crowd cheered. Let's go, I barked, tripping on my own legs and toppling to the ground. Olga stared at me with an idiotic expression before bursting out in laughter. What are you doing, you nitwit? There's a word you don't hear that often. She loomed over me as I huddled behind the low wall, hiding. Is the guy in the neon wetsuit out of the water yet? Olga glanced at the sea. He's coming out now. She clicked her tongue. Hot stuff. Jesus Christ fucking hell, I muttered, rooted to the spot. Yes, the author just gets obsessed with a phrase for like a chapter or two and then it goes away. Like, it's weird. What's going on? She asked, now growing scared. She knelt by me. This is, I stammered, that is Nacho. Her eyes widened. The guy who took you? You're gonna have to be more specific. She extended a finger in his direction, but I dragged her down. Why don't you wave a flag at him? I hid my face in my hands. Also, by the way, she has security with her, and the two women are now visibly hiding behind a wall. Why hasn't security like approached them and said like, "What's going on, ma'am?" or like just physically like walk her out of there? Like, why is security not going, okay, she's obviously scared and hiding from something. We should be aware of it because something's making her feel threatened, so shouldn't we know what it is? Like, why in all of these books, because Christian Grey had the same problem of terrible security. Why does everybody have really, 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 really shitty security? Why can rich people not hire good security? And these are mob guys. They should be better. What is he doing? I whispered quietly, though he couldn't hear me. He's talking with some girl, hugging her and now kissing her. I'm so sorry. That what? He's with another girl? Easy plot development, yes. I could clearly hear the sarcasm in her voice. What girl? Why do you care? My stomach cramped. What was happening to me? With the remainder of my strength, I pushed myself up and took a peek from over the low wall. There he was, Nacho, with his arm around a good-looking blonde who jumped up and down excitedly. She turned around and I sighed with relief. It's Amelia, his sister. I figured it was the sister. Because he's all obsessed with Lara. And he's gonna make a play for her. He's gonna try to kidnap her out a window or something, like, and start a mob war. I sat back down on the pavement. Olga sat next to me and went quiet, thinking. You know his sister, she grimaced. Maybe other members of the family too? We need to go, I whispered. I spared a glance at my security guards. They seemed completely clueless. Oh, my thoughts quickly returned to the seemingly impossible coincidence. I promise you it's not a coincidence. I promise you that. Olga was glaring at me accusingly, but I had nothing good to say to her. She squinted, frowned, and then dropped her eyes, fiddling with the little stick she found on the ground. You slept with him, she said suddenly. No, I cried in outrage. But you wanted to. I looked her in the eyes. Maybe. For an instant, I admitted, leaning my forehead against the wall. Well, you're still having sex dreams about him, so that's a little more than for an instant, isn't it? Jesus, Olga, he's here. I hid my face in my hands. You got that right. She took a moment to think. Finally, she said, Come on, he's not going to see us. He doesn't suspect you're here. I prayed she was right. I slid my feet into my shoes and pushed myself up, scanning the beach with my eyes. He wasn't there. My friend grabbed me by the hand and pulled me along, keeping between me and the place where Nacho had been. We headed to the car. I started breathing normally only when we were sitting safely in the back seat. I exhaled with relief, feeling streaks of cold sweat trickling down my spine. I must have looked really bad. as the guards stared as the guards started pestering me with questions and worried looks. Oh, now they notice. It was just the stress and the bad weather. At least that's what I told them before ordering the driver to get us out of there. As soon as the car accelerated, my eyes went to the window, searching for him among the crowd. Just one more glance at him would be enough. Suddenly, I heard loud honking. Our SUV stopped, tires screeching. I slammed my head on the back of the front seat. Okay, that's a very abrupt halt. The driver was bellowing at a man behind the steering wheel of the cab that stopped in front of us. The man stepped out of his car and started gesticulating wildly. That's when I saw Nacho. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Is he gonna just like yoink her out of the car and like take her away? My world stopped. I bit my lip and looked on as he walked to his own car. He bent down and reached for his cell phone from the glove compartment. For a few heartbeats, he scrolled through something before raising his head to look towards the two arguing men. That's when our eyes met, and I froze. His expression was that of complete and utter disbelief. I could see his chest starting to heave, and I couldn't look away. I simply stared at him. He started walking our way, but the black SUV we were in accelerated at that very moment and drove off. Nacho stopped mid-stride. With slightly parted lips, I looked back at him and kept looking his way even when we left him behind. He stood there with his arms hanging loose. A moment later, another car obscured the view. He saw me, I breathed. Olga didn't hear. He knows I'm here. God must be a mean, spiteful child if he brought me here when my life had just begun to look normal. Okay, ain't nothing normal about your life. Nacho's presence meant that everything else lost sense. Nothing was important anymore. The demons of the past had come to claim their due. Okay, why are we so ow? I just gave myself a paper cut. Ow. Ow. Why are we acting like this is some big thing? Like, I'm aware that when she thought that he raped her, and we still don't know whether he was lying or telling the truth, because, he lies a lot. Like, the book is acting like she was just outright fucking this guy for the, like, however long he had her kidnapped at the beach house. Like, what demons of the past? Like, did a different ghostwriter write the third one than the first two? And they did it without reading the first two and just going off notes? Is that how this sounds? Or is it just really, 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 really bad and lazy writing? Well, now, said Olga as the waiter brought us a bottle of champagne. Let's get wasted, and then I want to hear the whole story, with details. If that's what you want to hear, let's get wasted indeed, I replied, stretching out a hand to grab a glass. So we're back to everyone being perpetually drunk. 2 hours and multiple bottles of alcohol later, I told her everything. About the plate I had broken, about the way he had rescued me, about the beach house, learning to swim. She knew how to swim, she didn't know how to surfboard. The kiss and Nacho shooting Flavio. Then I told her everything else. My feelings and thoughts. Olga listened with a terrified expression. Let me say this, she said finally, our eyes glazed over with inebriation. I may be wasted, but you have wasted your life. She nodded, grimacing. Out of the frying pan into the fire. First a Sicilian macho, then this tattooed Spaniard. Why are we using these terms? Canarian. I wagged my glass at her, leaning back in my chair. Same thing, she retorted, waving a hand at me dismissively. The waiter misunderstood the gesture as a call. He appeared by our table, and she sent him a surprised look. What's this about? She mumbled in Polish. I barked out laughing. What a lady. I couldn't stop chortling. We're just ladies out to have a good time. That's how we roll. I have no idea why any of these words are here. Olga snorted in laughter too, looking at the waiter, waiting for so much as a smile from him. He didn't seem to share our good spirits. Another bottle of champagne and some Alka-Seltzer. Yeah, because they just have that at this restaurant. She sent him away with a nod of her head. Laura, she said when the man was gone, we have an important banquet tomorrow, but I can tell you already that we're going to look like shit that was left in the water for too long. You know, like when a kid shits in the pool and it floats for days before you fish it out. Okay, does she have any like comparisons to anything that aren't gross and crude? Like why is this character? I guffawed, but she lifted a finger, meaning she wasn't finished. But that's only one thing. The other is that I'm always horny when I'm drunk. So I'd like to fuck now, if you don't have any better ideas. I'm sorry, did she just ask permission to cheat? Who are you planning to fuck? Olga leaned over the table and lost her balance, propping up on her elbows. The table shook and the glasses clinked loudly. I took a quick look around. Everyone was ogling us. Well, you're two drunk bitches fallen down in the middle of a restaurant. That in itself was nothing out of the ordinary. We were being loud and obnoxious. I attempted to sit straighter, but the more I pushed into the backrest, the lower I slid. We need to get back to our room, I whispered, but I don't think I'll be able to walk. Will you carry me? Yes, she exclaimed happily. Right after you carry me. Don't you have a couple sides of beef as bodyguards? Get them to carry you. At that moment, the waiter brought us another bottle and opened it. He didn't even manage to tilt it over the first glass when Olga shot up and grabbed it, plucking it out of his hand and launching herself towards the door. Though launching herself was a bit of an overstatement. For every 2 steps ahead, she stumbled one backward. Okay, so they are really, really, really wasted. After our long walk of shame through the restaurant where the floor kept turning around chaotically, we finally reached the elevator. Despite our drunkenness, I realized just how difficult the next day was going to be. I groaned thinking of the massive hangover that was coming. Again, really great thing to be doing when you're there to conduct business. We entered our apartment, or rather stumbled inside, toppling over after one of us tripped over the rug. Jesus, I nearly hit my head on that chair, I thought, hitting my hand on the coffee table standing right next to the chair. Olga was hysterical. She rolled on the floor until she found the door to her room. She crawled inside and waved a hand at me with a silly grin. I shot her a quick, one-eyed glance, focusing on the bottle of champagne I now carried. I don't know how I managed to keep its contents inside. For a moment I opened the other eye, but that immediately made my vision swim, so I squeezed it shut again. We're going to die, I mumbled, and start decomposing in this luxurious apartment. Okay, pour the other bottle down the drain before one of you gets the bright idea to drink it. I plodded deeper into the room barefoot, having taken my shoes off back at the restaurant. They're going to find us when our bodies start to stink, I continued, slurring the words. Finally reaching my bedroom, I collapsed on the bed and crawled under the comforter, letting out a satisfied purr. Okay, so everybody just makes animal noises now. Nacho, love, be a darling and turn the lights off, I said to the silhouette of a man standing by the armchair balcony. What? Is he in her room? Hey there, B. I got up and walked. He got up and walked over to the bed. So there is actually someone in her room. Is it him? Is he in her room? I'm so drunk I'm hallucinating, I said with a little laugh. Or maybe I'm asleep already, and that would mean we're going to have sex. Oh my god, is she gonna. Wait, no, this is what's about to happen. This is what's about to happen. He really is there. They're gonna fuck because she thinks that she's asleep and dreaming about him. He's gonna take advantage of the fact that she is absolutely obliterated drunk. And then she's gonna wake up and he's gonna be gone in the morning. So she's gonna think, oh yeah, it definitely was a dream. Mm. I squirmed in the sheets with a grin, and he stood over me, grinning right back. You want to have sex with me? He asked, laying down. Yes, also another negative points for security again. Also, what, her bodyguards don't check the room before she goes in? Like, has nobody seen The Bodyguard, the UK remake, the miniseries that, the guy who was in it, he got a temporary fame bump for it, and then he was in Picard, which took all that away. But like he would go in and check the bathroom before letting the person he was protecting go, because that's what you're supposed to do. Also, I totally thought somebody, when I watched that miniseries, here's the difference between UK TV and Northwest TV. There was an explosion, but we didn't actually see somebody specific die. And so it took me several more scenes afterwards to realize that, yes, that person did just die because we didn't see it. Because the North American rule is no body, no proof. Unless you see somebody die in a show, unless you see the body, they're not dead. So I spent like an entire episode of the miniseries waiting for that person to come back, not cluing in that, oh yeah, they really did just off-screen kill them. I moved over, making him more space. I purred, my eyes still closed. Also, not purring. That's purring. I dream about it, and in my dreams we always make love. I tried pulling down my pants, but my fingers were too numb. Nacho's slender fingers pulled the comforter off. He helped me with the button I was trying to undo, gently pulling my pants off and folding them neatly. I lifted my arm, signaling it was time for my blouse. He found the zipper on my back and took it off. I rolled over, rubbing my ass on the mattress, inviting him to play with me. He put my folded clothes on a chest of drawers by the bed. Stay like that forever, I breathed. I need you to be gentle today. I missed you. Even if this isn't a dream, this is so shady. His lips first touched my shoulder before moving to the collarbone. It was the barest of touches, but the warmth of it made my entire body tingle. He took the comforter and covered me with it. Not today, B. Why is he suddenly calling her B? And it's B-E-E, like Bumblebee. Did he call her that before? I don't think he did. Why does he suddenly have a nickname for her? Not today, B, he said, planting a kiss on my forehead. But soon. Oh yes, if he's really here. Is he really here, or is like this is an actual dream? Like, I sighed, disappointed, and pushed my head into the soft pillows. I loved those dreams. So she's literally, if this is in fact a dream, and I don't think it is, I think he was really there, but wasn't going to take advantage of her because she was obliterated drunk. I think he was really there. And how sad is it that her dreams, the good ones, are literally just of somebody being kind and gentle in the most basic of ways? Next book, Counter for Security Breaches. Yeah, when she finally writes a fourth to this, we'll do that. Or next book series, if there is security, we will keep tabs. Ow. Alright, we got like 20 minutes left, so we should, I think, get to the end of this chapter. How long is this chapter? Maybe. We'll see. The hangover in the morning was excruciating. I threw up 4 times as soon as I opened my eyes. Gee, do we think that she's knocked up? Judging by the sounds coming from the bathroom on the other side of the apartment, Olga felt much the same way. I took a shower and, hoping for some respite, swallowed a couple of aspirin tablets I'd found in my luggage. Shady. I walked up to the mirror and took a look at myself, groaned at the sight. If someone told me I looked bad, I'd take it as a compliment. I looked as if someone had ground me into pulp, formed me into a burger, eaten me, and then shat me out. We really had to go this detailed. I understand. She's hungover and she looks like crap. I get it. I tended to forget I wasn't 18 anymore and that alcohol wasn't water you had to drink at least 2 liters of a day. On shaky legs, I returned to the bed and laid down, waiting for the aspirin to act. Recalling the events of last night was difficult. I blacked out after we left the restaurant, where, by the way, we acted like a couple of complete bumpkins. Combing through the recesses of my memory to find something, anything positive, such as safely returning to our rooms, quickly ended in failure. Also, like, seriously, how do we think her very controlling, domineering, definitely being reported to on by her definitely being reported to about her every move husband is going to feel about his wife being so drunk in public that she was falling over and crawling into her room? Frustrated and angry at my own irresponsibility, I grabbed my phone to move the appointment with my hairdresser to a later hour. There was a message on the screen, a text from an unknown number. I hope you dreamed what you wanted. See, he was real. He was real. But just another way to let us know that he's the good bad guy, because he didn't take advantage of her when she wanted him to. And he was all caring and undressed her and covered her up with the comforter. So he's the good guy. Like, are we supposed to be hoping she leaves Massimo and hooks up with Nacho, and that it doesn't result in the what is it? It's very much reminding me of Helen of Troy. She's married, but she's falling in love with somebody else, but if he takes her, it's gonna start a war. Like, are we supposed to be hoping that she ends up with the other mob killer rapist guy? Like, I frowned, looking at the screen and thinking about what this message could mean. Then my mind pieced together the fractured memory of the Canarian, apparently this is what we're calling him now, the Canarian sitting in the armchair by the balcony. My eyes shot to the left. The seat had been moved closer to the bed. My headache intensified. I glanced at the dresser. My things had been neatly folded and placed on top of it. Yep. The water I had drunk a moment before threatened to bubble all the way up my throat again. I shot up and sprinted to the bathroom. After painfully getting rid of the contents of my stomach, I returned to the bedroom. I was terrified. Something glittered on my white trousers, folded on the chest of drawers. A small surfboard keyring. It wasn't a dream, I breathed. Also, keyring being a key prop is out of 50 Shades. That gets a mark. My legs folded beneath me and I collapsed to my knees by the bed. He was here. I was so scared. A couple moments before, I'd been sure I couldn't feel any worse. I'd been wrong. Now I tried to remember what I had said, what I had done. My brain protected me from that knowledge. That memory remained off limits. Because you were obliterated drunk? I was sprawled on I was sprawled on the floor looking up at the ceiling. You dead? Olga asked, bending down above me. Don't do this to me. Massimo will kill me if you die of alcohol poisoning. I want to die, I stammered, squeezing my eyes shut. I know, me too, but what's better than dying? A big fried breakfast. This is not a bad idea given their condition. Olga lay down next to me, touching her head to mine. We need a ton of fried, fatty things. That'll get us up. Actually, not bad advice. I'm going to puke all over you. Bullshit. You don't have anything to puke with, she said, looking at me. I ordered us breakfast already, and lots of iced tea. Okay, is iced tea magical hangover cure in some part of the world that I am not aware of? Like, I love iced tea. I genuinely, Canadian iced tea, allow me to specify. I like Canadian iced tea. American iced tea is disgusting. Genuinely disgusting. But no, American or Canadian iced tea, Nest tea specifically, is really good. But not exactly a cure for a hangover as far as I'm aware. We lay on our backs, keeping still, and I battled with my thoughts. Should I tell her what happened last night? Knocking on the door broke me out of my reverie. Neither of us so much as twitched to open it. Fuck me, Olga sighed. Yep, I agreed. No chance I'm getting it. Besides, you're the one who wanted to eat. You go. We took our time with the meal. Olga had ordered sausages, bacon, fried eggs, and pancakes. A fatty and sugary cholesterol bomb. I was so grateful that all the meetings were taking place in the evening. How convenient. Before we went to the banquet, we did absolutely nothing productive, spending our day on the terrace, sunbathing naked, and drinking gallons of iced tea. The best quality of our apartment was the view on the ocean and the surfers. From the floor we were on, they looked like ants, but the knowledge that he might be among them invigorated me. She's just like full on mentally and emotionally cheating at this point. How did he find me here? How did he get inside? And most important, why didn't he do anything last night? This is most important. Why didn't he take advantage of me when I was blackout drunk? Make it stop. Why can't I be drunk right now? Oh yeah, living. Also, I would not be questioning how an assassin broke into a hotel room. Last night I was as horny as it got, and open to all suggestions. All he'd have to do was pull my panties down. I recalled our argument back at the beach house where he had told me the only thing he wanted was to fuck me. Back then I hoped he'd been lying. Today I was certain. I couldn't stop thinking about it. How could I get so drunk? The most infuriating thing was that he had finally been so close, and I hadn't done anything to keep him. Or maybe I had. I'd allowed him to undress me, see me practically naked. Okay, so fidelity just doesn't exist in these books. That's okay. That's okay. Not everybody be like that, but they don't have an open marriage, so there's no way this doesn't end really violently. What are you thinking about? Olga asked, raising a hand to shield her eyes from the sun. You're wiggling on that sunbed like you want to fuck it. Because I do, I retorted. Like, these. Ugh. Who knows what the Bechdel test is? Applied to movies, usually. Movies and TV. Because I haven't seen anything fail the Bechdel test this hard in a really, 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 really long time. At 7 in the evening, a whole team of stylists left our apartment and we stood in the living room, hydrated and filled with anti-hangover pills. If that just means aspirin, why wouldn't you just say aspirin? As far as I'm aware, there are not actual anti-hangover pills. Also, it's like they were drunk in like the middle of the afternoon yesterday. Now it's like at least minimum 12 hours later. No, more than that. It's practically like 24 hours. Like, even if, let's assume they were at the restaurant later than book implied. Let's say they got home like at midnight. Still, you have literally slept all night and you have been eating and drinking and up and moving all day. You would not still be feeling like hell this late at night after all the recovery. Like, and like, I should know, I spent like a lot of time hungover. Sending each other approving looks, we decided it was time to go. I wore my breathtaking red dress. Oh, this is when Massimo's going to appear. Here's what it is. Nacho is going to somehow be there. She will be talking to him. And Massimo will show up, interrupt, act like a violent, jealous thug, drag her away, and then berate her for wearing a too sexy dress in public. We won't get to all that tonight because we've only got like 10 minutes left. But this is what I predict is about to happen. Because we're Chekhov's gunning that red dress. And Olga had selected an off-white bandeau dress. Both outfits had been created by my designers. It wouldn't make any sense otherwise. The party was the last place I could dazzle everyone with my talent. What talent? All you do is hire people and pay them. You didn't design the dress. Get the most influential people in the fashion industry to see me. Okay, shut up. Because, no, the most influential people in fashion are not in fucking Portugal. Back in Italy where you fucking were. Okay, Italy is the undisputed fashion capital of the goddamn world. Even Paris admits it. They don't like it, but they do admit it. Okay, Paris, Milan, and Tokyo. These are the fashion capitals of the world, but Italy reigns supreme. And, like, yeah, go back home if you want important people to see you. Also, you don't even have a line to sell yet, so what are you doing? Why are you here? Like, apparently she's here to go to fashion shows and hire more designers? Like, none of it makes any sense. My phone vibrated. A voice from the speaker announced that our car was waiting. I hung up and glanced at the screen. The phone beeped. The battery was getting low. I didn't have a charger. Oh God, now we're Chekhov's gunning. My cell phone dies at just a crucial moment when I really need my phone. It's gonna be dead. And how did you not bring a phone charger? Like, if I'm traveling, I have at least 3 phone chargers. Cursing inwardly, I stuffed the phone back into my small clutch bag. We took the elevator down and packed ourselves into the limo, which took us to the banquet. And you've been here like 2-3 days already. Your phone would be dead by now. I feel like having a beer, Olga muttered as I passed my invitation to the man standing in the entrance. A cold one, she added, shooting glances around. Sure, a mug of beer would look great with your dress, I said, looking her up and down. Her only response was to show me the middle finger. Then she practically ran towards the bar. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, right? 30 pairs of shoes and no phone charger? Really? I don't think so. My Portuguese partner appeared from the crowd, grabbed me by the wrist, and pulled me into the swarming throng. That was unexpected. She didn't give so much attention to anyone else, though she'd invited a couple of other people aside from me. I pushed the thought away, but somewhere deep down I suspected that it might have something to do with my husband. I was about to say. There wasn't anything that a good bribe or threat couldn't do, I suppose. This is usually true, yes. 2 hours later, I knew everyone worth knowing. Textile manufacturers, sewing plant owners, designers, and some stars, like Karl Lagerfeld included. I want somebody. Wait, didn't he die recently? No, it was Valentino. Okay, so as far as I know, he might still be alive. I don't know. But I want someone to ask him how he feels about being included in this. He voiced his approval of my dress. I could have either fainted or started jumping around like an overexcited teenager, but instead opted to retain a degree of dignity and just nodded in thanks. Yeah, he's a designer. He's going to compliment another, like, well, she's not even a designer. That's the thing. Why are you here? You're not a designer. You're the person who owns it and pays for it. You're not a designer. So what are you doing here? As I was trying to build a fashion empire, Olga was chugging beers and chatting with a cute local boy behind the bar. The man was simply breathtaking. Okay, so everybody is good looking, just universally. Whoever had gotten him the bartending job was a marketing genius. Yeah, because you need to be a genius to know to have good looking people at your party. Regrettably, the fact that Olga hadn't been doing much else apart from standing at the counter meant that she was already pretty hammered. Again, when is she not? This is the norm. Laura, this is Nuno. She pointed a finger at the man, who nodded politely and smiled, presenting two extremely cute dimples in his cheeks. If you don't take me away from him right now, Nuno, who finishes in about an hour, will fuck my brains out at the beach, she murmured in Polish. I knew it would end the way she had envisioned if I left her at the bar. Okay, so she's a cheating whore. I smiled my most charming smile at the disappointed local boy as I pulled my friend away and headed to the exit. My bodyguards quickly noticed what I was doing and helped me discreetly stuff Olga into the back seat of the car. As soon as I left her there, she immediately changed her mind and stepped out. I'm going to get another drink, she slurred, staggering back to the banquette. Get inside the car, you pisshead, I ordered, shoving her into the vehicle. Great, so now they're going to start a scene. And, like, why did you bring her? You know that she's an immature child who just gets fucking drunk and wants to fuck everyone. This is not who I'm bringing to an important meeting. This is like, who knows Gilmore Girls? So, anyone in the chat, say if you know Gilmore Girls. The show. Holga didn't comply. One of the bodyguards grabbed her and held her a couple inches above the ground. Looking at me as Olga squirmed, trying to break free. Resigned, I shook my head. Why is the security, like, just lifting her off the ground? Like, why do you have to go that hard? You really gotta put something softer on the edge of my desk so this stops happening. Get in with her and hold her down. She might try escaping, I sighed. I need to go back and talk to some people. This is what we're doing to your friend? Don Massimo prohibited us from leaving you unattended. Here we go. Here's the setup. Here's how she's gonna wind up alone. She's gonna make again. There are two bodyguards. One of you stay with the drunken Tasmanian devil in the back seat. Make sure she doesn't escape or injure herself. Pour some water down her throat. Other one, go with Laura. But no, she's gonna blow them up, and then somebody is going to kidnap her. Either Nacho's going to appear and she willingly goes with him, or he's going to kidnap her, or some third unknown party is going to kidnap her. Chill out. It's all right. I'm safe here. I spread my arms, gesturing around the beach, the palm trees, and the calm sea. Yeah, because you were so safe the last time you got kidnapped. From what? Oh, yeah, from a ball. A ball with tons of people in a big fancy mansion that looked pretty safe too, but you got kidnapped from there. And also, if you're the bodyguard for the mob boss's wife, he's already executed several failed security bodyguard people, like literally murdered them for failing to do their job and letting her get kidnapped. Are you going to go away for any reason? Get her home and then come back for me. I turned around and went back into the hall, traced by a dozen pairs of eyes at least. I mingled with the guests who vied for my attention and sipped on champagne. It wasn't a good night for drinking, but despite my hangover, the taste of Moet Rosé felt calming. Laura, I heard a voice from behind. I turned around and saw Amelia. Here we go, the sister's here, therefore Nacho's here. Making her way through the crowd. I felt a spike of pain in my chest. The champagne went straight to my head. I swayed. She took me in her arms and gave me a hug. I was looking for you. I was looking for you for an hour, but I wasn't sure it was you until your security guards showed up. She grinned. You look amazing. That is true. The sound of that other voice made me freeze. I stopped breathing. You do look amazing, said Nacho, appearing from behind his sister. Yeah, because he's so much smaller than her. Apparently, yes. I don't know. They drink all the fucking time. That's what it is. These people are just constantly drunk. Like, constantly drunk. That is what we know of these people. He looked equally good in a light gray suit, a white shirt, and a tie the same color as his suit. His clean-shaven head shined in the light, and his tan skin made his green eyes stand out even more than usual. He stood there, stone-faced, with an arm around his sister's waist. She said something. I couldn't hear. The whole world disappeared when Nacho arrived. He was playing the cold, ruthless mob boss. I knew that act. He had hidden behind that facade the day I had been shot. Now Amelia chattered excitedly, and the two of us stared in each other's eyes, fascinated. Nice tie, I finally managed, cutting Amelia short. The girl froze, mouth agape. She frowned, realizing we were paying her no mind. I'm going to leave you alone now, she said, and left. Oh, that takes care of that. The two of us kept still, looking at each other, keeping a safe distance. We needed no one's attention. My lips parted and I took a deep breath. Nacho swallowed loudly. Okay, somebody just hit the two of them with a truck or something. Have a good sleep, he asked after another minute of silence. There were playful sparks in his eyes, but his expression remained impassive. My head swam at the memory of what happened last night. I'm not feeling too good, I whispered, turning to the terrace door. My hand closed on a fistful of my dress as I headed to the exit, practically running. I went straight to the edge of the terrace, resting my arms on the guardrail. A heartbeat later, Nacho joined me. Well, duh. He plucked my bag out of my hand and gripped my wrist to check my pulse. I don't have a heart condition anymore, I breathed. That's one of the advantages of getting out of Tenerife alive. I got a new heart. Just casually, just, yep, 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 yep. I know, he said curtly, looking at his watch. What do you mean you know? Yeah, seriously, how does he know? That's more than a little creepy. I was genuinely surprised. I pulled my hand away, but he grabbed it again. Also, why are you for pulse if you know why? What? There's something also creepy about that. Have you talked about it with your husband? He asked, finally letting my hand go. He was standing with his back to the railing now. Talked about her husband with what? Like, what is he talking about? I didn't feel like talking about my marital issues with him, especially the fact that I had been seeing Massimo very rarely lately. There's a huge run-on sentence. Especially the fact that I had been seeing Massimo very rarely lately had nothing to do with this man. There was no chance I was going to tell him that. Does that sentence even make sense? I'm talking to you now. I want to know your version of the story. He sighed and dropped his eyes. I know because I got you that heart. There. I didn't think it was going to be that bad. I figured her husband had someone killed to get her a new heart, but no, it was Nacho. Okay. He looked at me, my own eyes widened. Judging by your expression, you didn't know that. My physicians didn't think you'd survive, so. He paused as if trying to hide something from me. Yeah, whose heart did he give her? Are we ever going to get an answer to that? So you have a new heart now, he finished, still keeping his expression serious. Should I know how I got the heart? I asked uncertainly, taking his chin between my fingers and lifting it so he had to look at me. He's not going to tell her. His green eyes studied me closely. He wetted his lips with his tongue. Was he doing it on purpose? I forgot my question. What? That's a. Excuse me. Ugh. Okay, where's a good place to stop? Nowhere, of course. We'll see. We're only 5 pages from the end of the chapter. Let's just power through. Let's just power through and get to the end of the chapter. The smell of spearmint chewing gum in his cologne was intoxicating. Nacho had one hand in his pocket, the other. Now that song is in my head. Alanis Morissette. The other one held my bag. He looked straight at me. The world stopped. Everything was still. There was just the two of us. I missed you. The sound of those words made my breath catch in my throat. My eyes watered. You were on Sicily, I whispered, recalling my earlier hallucinations. I was, he said, several times. Why? I asked, already knowing the answer. Why did I miss you? Why did I go? Or why did I want to see you? Why are you doing this? I was tearing up. I needed to run away before he answered. I want more. More what? She's like, ugh. Again, does it not feel like this whole series is kind of written in reverse in terms of order of events? Finally, his handsome face split in a wide grin. He'd been stifling it from the moment he first saw me that evening. Now his brows raised and his body relaxed. I want more of you. I want to teach you how to surf and show you how to catch octopuses. I want to ride motorbikes with you, show you the snowy summit of the Tilled? I want... I lifted an arm. He stopped talking. I need to go, I said, turning around. I'll give you a ride, Nacho called after me. My security guards will do it. Your guards are chasing Olga around the hotel. They're rather occupied. Oh, great. So her friend is just a drunken chimpanzee at this point. I spun around and was about to ask how he knew that, but I recalled that he knew everything, even the size of my bra. When did he know that? Thank you, but I'll take a cab, I said, and at the same time noticed the small clutch bag he was waving at me. With an amused expression, he walked towards me and stopped a step away. He was a lot taller than me, even despite my high heels. I reached out for the bag, but lifted it up, clicking his tongue and shaking his head. He's literally doing this. Literally doing the thing like your little brother does. My car is waiting by the entrance. Come, he said, and passed by me, walking to the door. So he's literally stealing her purse to make her follow him. If not for the fact that I had my phone in that bag, I would have left then and there. But I couldn't. I was addicted to that phone. The one you didn't bring a charger for? I followed Nacho at a safe distance until we left the building. His fingers closed around my wrist, and he led me back into the darkness. As his hand touched my skin, I shivered. He must have felt the same way as he stopped and sent me a stunned look. Don't do it, I breathed. He released my wrist, but then his arm snaked around my waist. He pulled me towards him. I tilted my head back, making it easier for him to kiss me. We stood touching each other, breathing quickly. Nacho looked into my eyes. He didn't do anything more, only looked. I knew it was a terrible idea. I should have run, leave the phone and return to my hotel. But I couldn't. He was here. He was real and standing right there, right in front of me, except it's got a typo. Actual typo. Right there. Should say of, standing right in front of me, but instead, come on, focus, you stupid camera. Instead, it's got OT. And I'm sorry, but somebody should have noticed that. That's pretty glaring. The heat of his body washed over me. I lied, he whispered, when I said I only wanted to fuck you. I know. I also lied when I said I wanted to be your friend. I took a deep breath, afraid of what he'd say next. He released me and pressed a button on the key to his car. The headlights flashed on. Nacho opened the passenger door and waited. I stepped inside, waiting for him to join me. It was a strange, unusual car. Oh God, what ugly car? What ugly car is he driving this time? A beautiful machine, but one from a different era. In the dim light of the street lamp, I had only glimpsed the blue of its paint job and the two white stripes leading from the front to the back of the vehicle. I turned my head around, taking in the interior. Now that's a real car, I thought. Not that high-tech spaceship crap. So she shares his love of vintage cars. It had 3 gauges and 4 switches in total. The wooden steering wheel didn't have any buttons. Perfect. The only disadvantage I thought I could see was the lack of roof. So he likes a convertible. This is not the car we drove around in on Tenerife, I said when Nacho sat in the driver's seat and placed my bag on my knees. Surprisingly perceptive of you, he said with a grin. Back there we had a Corvette Stingray. This is a Shelby Cobra. Okay, so now we know it's a Shelby Cobra, but I bet you can't tell those ugly fucking Ferraris apart. I agree with him that the Ferraris are ugly. I agree. I have no idea what a Shelby Cobra is, but I'm putting a mark on ugly car. He laughed ironically and turned the key in the ignition. A car has to have a soul. Price isn't everything. Excuse me. Guyano Apes, Lord of the Boards, boomed from the speakers as the engine roared. Okay. The sound of the rock song made me jerk in my seat. I don't know the artist or the song. So if you do, let me know. Nacho laughed. I'll play us something more appropriate, he said, happily wiggling his eyebrows and pressing a button on the minimalistic dashboard. The song changed. The space inside the car was filled with the subtle sounds of Evanescence's My Immortal. No, I know that song! I love that song! No, stop mentioning things I like! That's not fair, that's cruel. It's cruel and unusual. Don't mention things I actually know or like. Also, that is a song to fuck to. Like that is it's the foreplay song. It's the seduction song. The first the piano, then the singer's gentle, deep voice as she sang about being tried and suffocated by her fears. Each word of the song was so close to what I had felt. Had Nacho chosen it on purpose, or was it that only a coincidence? Girl, when are you going to get it through your incredibly thick skull? Everything he has done is on purpose. He came here tonight to do this. That is the only reason that he is here. Yes, he planned everything. Like, I bet at some point we find out he let Olga out of the car so the bodyguards would have to chase her and he could get Laura to go with him. My eyes watered as the vocalist sang and we slowly drove the empty streets of the town, leaving the beach behind us. I've tried so hard to tell myself that you're gone, but though you're but though you're still with me, I've been alone. That was too much for me. Stop the car, I cried, feeling like I was going to explode. Stop the fucking car. See, normally I would take you up on that bet, except it depends how much money Netflix wanted to throw. Because that song is not going to come cheap. If it is in the movie, I will have lost some respect for Evanescence. I sobbed loudly, and Nacho parked the Shelby and sent me a terrified look. How could you? I opened the door and jumped out. How could you do this to me? I was happy. Everything was under control. He was perfect before you showed up. Okay, so we're just blaming other almost random guy for the fact that you have been forced to acknowledge that your marriage is a nightmare. The problem is she is drawing this line of before and after Nacho and acting like her marriage was different before him. Like before him, it was Massimo actually gave a fuck about her other than to fuck her. She's pretending that he cared and he was loving and attentive and they, stayed all night talking and he was so concerned for her and respectful and, gentle, kind, honest, anything. He was never any of those things. You never had any of that. Your marriage now is exactly the same. Like this is why this is so much bad writing, because it's exactly the same. Nothing changed at all. Ever. It didn't change. And now you want to blame him because you're realizing that your marriage is a fucking nightmare? He didn't make your marriage a nightmare. Okay? Maybe he reminded you that a guy can actually be gentle and kind and give a damn about you and treat you with respect and like a human being. Maybe he reminded you of that after you forgot, but it ain't his fault. And things were not perfect. Nacho took me in his arms and pushed me against the wall. She must really, whoever the author is, she likes being slammed into walls. I didn't fight him. I couldn't. I didn't even defend myself when he slowly closed in. He stopped, doing nothing more, waiting for my consent. Wow! Hey, the word consent actually appears in one of these books! That's unexpected. I wasn't able to wait any longer. I grabbed his head and pressed my lips against his. Okay, this is actual cheating. Nacho's hands slowly moved up, past my hips, waist, and shoulders, finally reaching my face. He delicately bit my lips, caressed them, licked them, until his tongue slipped past them and reached inside my mouth. That's like an extra disgusting way. Now I have to watch the movie so you don't lose money. Ignore that DM tonight, okay? Okay, I will not look at whatever you just sent me until tomorrow. No spoilers if it's for the movie. You know I won't watch it until we get to the end of the book. The song looped and reverberated anew. We froze, joined by the inevitable. Nacho was warm and gentle and so sensual. His soft lips touched mine, not pulling away even for a second. His tongue danced with mine, leaving me breathless. It was so good, I forgot about everything. Then a deafening silence descended. It brought us back to reality. The world crashed down on us. We both felt it. I closed my mouth. Nacho withdrew. He leaned his brow against my forehead and squeezed his eyes shut. I bought a house on Sicily to be closer to you. Okay, that's not just incredibly creepy. You bought a house in another country that you don't live in where you could quite possibly be targeted for death because of who you are just to be close to a woman you can't have. I bought a house on Sicily to be closer to you, he whispered. I watch over you. I can see what's going on, B. When did he start calling her B? Like, why is this a thing? Why is this a thing now? He lifted his head and kissed me on the forehead. When I called you for the first time, I was in the same restaurant as you. Back at the club, I kept an eye on you. You were so drunk. Lips trailed down my cheek. I know when you order lunch at work. I know how little you eat. I know when you visit your therapist. I know you and Torricelli aren't doing well. Wow, so he's been like next level stalking her this entire time. That is some Christian Grey levels of stalking. Stop, I breathed as his lips neared mine again. Why are you doing this? This is a very good question. I raised my eyes and pushed him away. He straightened up. I studied him. In the light of the street lamps, his green eyes looked focused but happy. Like you can't be focused and happy at the same time. I'm generally at my happiest if I'm focused. Being focused on a task that I'm actually accomplishing is my happy place. Which is why I eventually want to clear off this side of my desk. You know what I need to do? I need to get like some scrap wood or something and build myself a little higher desk on my desk, because who knows what diamond art is. It's painting with little gems that you stick on, and it's very relaxing. And I have a couple in my closet that I bought like 3 or 4 years ago that I haven't touched because I don't have a space. And I used to do them over here, but then I have to lean over like this and my back starts screaming at me instantly. You know Diamond Art, said Dale? Isn't it great? I've got some really nice ones too. I bet you like them because they have a ton of ones with dragons. They love their dragons at Diamond Art. Are you on their mailing list? Do you get their emails when they put out new ones? Because I always like to look and see. Like I can't buy any anymore, but I still like to look and see them. Can't do it much though, can't in the truck. Yeah. Oh god. Oh god, I just have this image of the diamonds just spilling all over a truck. Oh my god. It would be a nightmare. You'd never get them all. Oh my god. But yeah, but that's why I need to put a little desk because my desk is here. You can't even see, like it's about a foot or like 8 inches. Walmart here doesn't sell those, and we don't have Hobby Lobby. I've been to a Hobby Lobby though. I've been to one in the States. And also for a lot of years I thought that Hobby Lobby was the name for a group of political lobbyists and didn't know that it was an actual store. I don't think Walmart here sells them. Now I have to look at Walmart and see if they do. Again, not that I can buy any, but they're great. And I have like 2 or 3 that I need to do first. If I ever even think about buying another one, I have to finish the ones that I have first. But I have one I have completely fit, one or two. 1 or 2 that I've completely finished, and I've got 2 that are like half done. They're big though. Like I go for the big ones that are, like upwards of 100,000 little diamonds. And just I want to finish them, but I need a shelf or I need a work table that I can put on top of my desk so I can be sitting up and not have to like seriously like bend all the way over like this to see what I'm doing and have it like up here so I can do it and then be watching something so I don't because I need noise or else I can't focus. So I can have noise and have something playing that I can ignore while I have my upper desk here and I can do it at night. That's the plan. So I need 3 pieces of wood. I need 2 for the sides, or I have other stuff I can make into legs. I could rig something, but mostly I need the piece for the surface. If I can figure that out. And there's always, I live in an apartment building, there's always people throwing stuff away. And I have no problem recycling things from other people. That's how I've gotten some of my best stuff. Like I had this craft table once that a friend of mine was going to throw out because the leg broke off, and I was like, "Can I have it?" And he was like, "Yeah, sure. I'm going to throw it out anyway." And I fixed it and I put casters on it, and it was my crafty table because it was already beat up, so it didn't matter if I got like paint or hot glue or whatever on it, which is why it was good. What I sent you has no spoilers, but I think it might be reaffirmed on how much this book sucks. But yes, so Dale, we should so have like a diamond art party or something, or like a crafty time together. We should totally do that. Yeah, they have such good pictures. But you know what I need? I need to make your own diamond art. I need just the canvas with the glue and the grid, and then just to be able to just make my own design on it. That would be so great. Or if they had like an app where you design your own one and then they would actually make it for you, that would be so amazing. Uh, yeah, they're on canvases, Deacon. They're on canvas fabric with glue on them. And I have one that's buried over here. I can't show you. But I will send you a link uh, later. Also, I'm going to say that Seth Dale isn't mad at me anymore because we share a love of diamond art. Uh, His green eyes looked focused but happy. His beautiful face looked serene and gentle. A small smile appeared on his lips. I think I'm in love with you, he said, and turned away, walking to the car. Come. Why does everyone fall in love with this woman? Like, I'm sorry, but she has, like, no redeeming values. Like, I get she's really hot and really good in bed, but is that really all you need? You're attempting to draw Care Bears? I'm sorry, I can't help you. I have no skill with drawing. Other forms of art, some level of skill. Drawing? No. Tiny children are better than me. Tiny children who still eat the crayons are better than me. He stopped by the passenger door and waited. My back was pressed against the stone wall. I was waiting too, waiting until I could walk again. My legs didn't want to listen to my brain. You know, for all the time that her legs are not listening to her brain in this last chapter, she really should see a neurologist. Not after what Nacho had said. It had seemed obvious before. I had suspected as much, especially after what he had tried to tell me when we stopped at Los Giganades back on his island. I'm sorry for butchering whatever that place is. I looked at him and he met my eyes. Seconds passed, maybe even minutes. The sound of my phone ringing brought me back to life. Nacho passed me the bag and I stopped breathing. The screen was showing one word: Massimo. I swallowed, and just as I was about to take the call, I swallowed and was just about to take the call when my phone chimed one last time and died. Called it. Called it. Said phone's gonna die. And why is he calling? Because her security guards don't know where she is. They know she's gone from the party. There's a 50-50 chance he knows she's with Nacho. That's why he's calling. So she's going to go back to her hotel room and he's either going to be there or he's going to be there in the morning. Shit, I hissed. I'm going to be in so much trouble. This is what you should say when you miss a call from your significant other. I won't say that I'm worried that Don Torricelli might blow a fuse. Nacho's expression revealed his amusement as he looked at me. He'll charge it in no time. He gave me his hand and helped me get in the car. End of chapter. Oh, you're drawing them with pastels? Yeah, pastels can be tricky. You gotta watch your hands, they smudge. Do you have the gloves? Do you have the gloves that you should wear with pastels? The rough cotton ones? I used to have a pair of those, then they fell apart. But if using charcoal or pastels, yeah, gloves are a good idea. But yep, that's the end of the chapter. So we made it to the beginning of chapter 7. But oh god, this because we're doing the like devil versus angel thing now with her, where we have like Massimo is obviously the dark guy. I mean, he constantly wears all black, whereas Nacho is the guy in bright colors and jeans with no shirt or a white shirt, and just in terms of behavior, he's the complete opposite. Thank goodness and God. Oh, yes. But, like, the contrast between the two is literally just the most extreme that you could make it, except for the fact that they are both mobsters, murderers, and rapists. They have that in common. But in terms of how they treat her, complete polar opposites. But, like, what? Seriously. Is the book going to end with her, what? Either leaving Massimo and going to be with Nacho, her trying to get away from Massimo and he kills them both, Nacho killing Massimo to rescue her, Or she leaves with Nacho and it ends on a cliffhanger in the beginning of a mob war between the two families, because that would definitely happen. Like, that's why I'm genuinely wondering, not that I'm giving the author any credit for having a brain, but I'm really wondering if some of the inspiration for this part, at least, is Helen of Troy. Because that's what it's putting in my head. If somebody arrives on a horse, I'm going to say that I was right about that. If there is a Trojan horse or a Trojan Corvette or Ferrari, if there is some kind of Trojan, not the condom, because nobody uses condoms in these ever. These books have never heard of condoms. But if there is a Trojan factor at any point, I'm going to say that I was right about what inspired this garbage. But that is going to do it for tonight. We only got 2 burnings. Wow. Book has really cut down the number of burnings. They better make this up to me in future chapters, because I need more fire with this book. I need to be setting it on fire more often than I am. I mean, we're 7 chapters in. I've only set it on fire 3 whole times. It's not up to standard. I know I am. I am giving her way too much grace, and I'm assuming she actually paid any attention in school. Oh, also, I will draw everyone's attention in case you didn't notice. We have our trophy wall now. If you look behind my right shoulder, we have our trophy wall where I have put the skins of all our former books. I have hung their pelts on my wall in triumph. So we'll add this to it as soon as we can. But that's gonna be there now. We have our permanent trophy wall. I'm gonna figure out how to deal with the glare off the cover of Freed. I may just have to adjust that a little because it's kind of glary. But other than that, we're good. You hate it, Deacon? But hey, it's better than the actual books being there. Also, next week, I really am going to have the burn video. I was trying to do it this week, but between the water being off one day and the power being off another day, it was just not the week to get anything done. Like, I had so many things I wanted to do this week, but between those 2 things being on like, being half the week, you know. But hopefully that means they fixed everything for a while. This is what I'm hoping. And nobody has knocked on my door about the bang from the kitchen, so I think the pipe did not burst again, which is good. So hopefully next week we'll have the burn video. I've got the lines ready. I know what kind of music I want. I have to go through the YouTube studio of free music, because that's always good. They do have some good stuff. Like, they got some good stuff. You gotta look for it. The search feature is atrocious, but you can get there. So that is going to do it for this evening. We got through a lot of book. I'm curious, how many pages do we actually get through? Because I wasn't paying any attention to that tonight, which is very not like me. Again, not being stoned, definitely having an effect. I should do it more often. Hey, we made page count. We more than made page count. Hey, I'm proud of us. I'm officially proud of us. Yes, we made it through. Please do hit the like button. It does help. But that is going to do it for this week. I hope everyone had a wonderful time. Thank you for the chips, Sethale. I'm so sorry I missed your message. Please forgive me. DM me and let me know you're not mad at me. Please. But I will very much be enjoying the chips for the rest of the evening, and I will make some actual food to go with it. But we will come back and get through more of this book. We're almost 100 pages in. Almost 100 pages out of 351. So we're coming up on like a third. Next week we will be over a third through. So that's pretty good. We're getting through this clip. But yeah, plenty to still go, but then we will be on to other things. I'm thinking I will announce the next book series that we're going to attempt soon. Again, not fully committed. We're going to read the first one, and then we'll see where we are. We'll see what we all think. But that's the plan. But until then, we will finish this, and then I will add it to my wall in triumph because I killed it, which is the fun part. So until next week, Everyone have a good time. Have a good rest of your weekend. Read something much, much better than this. Try all dress chips if you get the chance, if they sell them in your state. As I've learned, apparently a couple states have them. If they have them in your state, try all dress chips. They are the best. But until next week, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Love yourself and love on a fur baby most of all. Until next week, bye everyone.